Welcome to Piano Plus, an exciting new company emerging from the almost 50-year-old Sydney International Piano Competition. Piano Plus is a modern and fresh approach to celebrating everything to do with the piano in Australia. Through exciting and inclusive projects and collaborations, Piano Plus will become an essential resource for the piano nationally. Our mission is to foster creative opportunities for music education and encourage the passion and joy of playing the piano. We invite you to explore, to join us, and to make Piano Plus your key to piano in Australia. Piano plus you.
Hello and welcome to the live broadcast of the Sydney International Piano Competition 2023. And joining me now is piano technician David Kinney, who's representing Fazioli. We call you Dr. Fats, actually.
Oh, really? Okay, I'm honoured.
It's interesting for lots of people, of course. They don't actually realise that there's sort of like a pit crew happening here. You're taking care of these instruments during this big event.
Yeah.
You in particular are busy with this Italian instrument, which of course, you know, has probably been created just for this competition, I take it.
Sure has.
So tell us about it, the instrument and its journey to Australia.
Well, okay, it is a new instrument. Yes, it was chosen by the factory people, their head technicians, and I can imagine Paolo Fazioli would have selected it for this occasion. And because every piano has its own character, its own voice, I imagine they would have used the bold character as their prime characteristic of reason for choosing it. Yeah, you're looking for something with a lot of fire in the belly. Yeah.
And so it's flown out, right?
Flown out from Italy. Yeah.
When did it arrive?
It arrived about 2 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
And of course, what lots of people don't realise is that instruments are almost like living beings, actually. They react according to the weather. They have moods.
They do. Yes.
According to the amount of moisture in the air,
That's
how
right.
dry it is, the various temperatures outside and all the rest of it.
Right.
So you've got a full-time job keeping that instrument performing in top condition, you know?
Absolutely. Luckily, it's very dry and stable at the moment. The atmospheric conditions are favourable for pianos.
Okay.
Cool and dry is perfect. So the pianos are behaving themselves. The thing that changes over time and through usage is the voice of the piano through the hammers.
Okay.
And that's an ongoing practice that we use to keep the piano at its best and literally find its voice, keep its voice. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, that's the biggest part of the job, is keeping the sound of the piano at its best.
Okay, so lots of different people playing the same instrument. It must be very interesting for you each time you hear somebody, you think, oh, do I hear that person, or do I hear a Fazioli, or what happens when a different person plays that instrument?
That's a very good question, and it takes a long answer. Would you like the short one?
No, you can give us a long one.
Okay.
Sorry, David, we're going to make you work in this interview.
There's so many facets to that.
Yeah,
First,
it's fascinating.
Yeah,
That's
it is
really
endlessly, and it's ongoing. You'll never know enough about it, basically. So we're all learning. The maker, the technicians and the pianists all learning this.
Wow.
Ongoing,
Okay.
It never stops. Okay, you have one piano and several pianists. Strangely, each one of those pianists will make a different sound from the piano and bring out this other character in it. The ones that have the most success or find its voice are the ones that don't fight it and are able to work with the instrument. They might be familiar with the style of instrument, or they might be very adaptive as pianists. They're able to go straight into the machine without being phased by its difference. So this is a real, Sydney in particular, competition is a real testing ground for that. I don't know, it's a kind of intellectual approach to music making. And for piano technician point of view, piano technical point of view, Our job is to understand that first and foremost, is that we are there to keep that voice where it is, true to the piano, but to understand also that different pianists like different things and accept it that way. So we look for the middle point where most people are going to be happy with the piano most of the time. Okay. So yeah, different sound on the same piano from different pianists, or a different character. That's just the way it goes. Some pianists make a piano shine, others they might struggle with it, or expect something that isn't there, and it doesn't quite come across in the performance. So yeah, their adaptive strategy is also ours, and we're listening to that all the time to get a feel for what it is that they're looking for. The piano maker's always thinking about this in architectural concepts, yeah, and what it is actually that makes the piano. It is what it is according to the maker's ear, the mind's ear. What do they want to make? What do they like? What do they know is going to be successful? Yeah, and the rest is up to the pianist to enjoy it. And it just the level of professionalism here amongst the young pianists is astounding. Yeah.
It's quite amazing that such young pianists have got this experience with different instruments, isn't it, actually?
Yeah.
It's a very unique aspect of this competition as well, that they're all basically being not just invited, but actually forced to play on different instruments in the first rounds. And that's something that's rather unique, isn't it?
I think it's the first of the international competitions that adopted this framework. Yeah. And I think there's been another since. I think it might be in Scotland.
Okay.
Happy to be corrected, but the idea is that you're here to put on a show. This is not about the piano. This is about you and the music, and that's the life of the pianist. They don't travel with their instrument. Well, some do.
Yeah. Well, yes, I can't think of too many just at the moment.
Andras Schiff does.
Andras Schiff does, and of course I think Michelangelo did as well.
He did as well, yes.
He go around, and I'm not sure what instrument he played, but...
He had a Steinway, or was it Fabrini Steinway?
Fabrini
Steinway, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a rare luxury for the gods of playing the piano.
Yeah.
So the rest of us and pianists make do with what's given to us, and mostly it's pretty good these days. So there's not as much cause for complaint or concern as there used to be in the concert halls. The standard of piano's better in the last 20, 30 years, more consistent across the board in all the makers, all the top brands. And the standard of piano technical work has improved alongside that, and that's through the sharing of knowledge and the interchange of ideas and exchange of ideas and techniques throughout the world, various different piano factories, etc.
Yes, modern technology is actually having its effect on the production of these instruments as well, but also, like you say, this community actually exchanging ideas, listening to other people and all the rest of it on an international basis makes a big difference as well.
Of course, yeah. And it's all for the better. It seems to be less polarized now, and more about the music. I think it's an interesting thing. Yeah, it's about time, because it can be very tribal, this business. And that gets a bit tedious.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Of course, David, you are up at all hours of the night working through. Yes.
What a lot of
people don't realise is that concert pianists often rehearse through the night as well.
They do.
Because they get into the hall and they get to the piano that they're going to perform on.
Right.
They need to check the acoustics, they need to check the instrument. Right. And there's no other time for them to access it because there are other rehearsals and other concerts happening.
Exactly right.
And you, of course, are often on standby to help and to change and to do the things that need to happen in those times. It's quite a demanding job you've got there,
It can be very demanding, yeah, with the hours, the strange hours in particular, but really only for piano competitions, of course, where there might be one or more, two or more pianos, and here's three in this. If there's one instrument, it's a little easier, because you get more free time to work with the instrument. It's a little more compressed with three pianos, so we have to work through 3-hour shifts in rotation during the night. The worst shift is from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. No one wants that, but we all get it.
Yeah, okay, yes.
Yeah, and it's very fair that way. It's just is what it is. But we're having that parallel life with the pianist, and that we're making their art work for them through the instrument. That's how we feel and see it. That's our job. We're facilitators. You know? Yeah.
You must, of course, develop wonderful relationships often with these artists, you know, over the years, because you are sort of their right-hand man in many ways. You keep things going. You must have some lovely stories of some of the people that you've worked with over the years, and how it's developed, and what you've noticed with them as well.
Sure. Yeah. Lots of anecdotes.
Yeah. Tell us a few then, David. Yeah.
One of the lots of fun times, especially picking pianos or choosing pianos for an institution.
Yeah.
That can be fun with a famous pianist.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. Where you ideally you would have a pianist and a piano technician who know their thing.
Yeah, of course.
Who can confer with each other and maybe disagree on here and there, but come to a common agreement that this particular piano in this range is from a factory is the one we want. That kind of thing. Or in a piano competition, it gets interesting. This is my fourth international so far in recent years.
Wow. Okay.
It can be challenging, where you've got a pianist in a late stage, say in the semi-finals, who's thinking of changing from the piano they've been playing, which might be yours, in my case the Fazioli, into something other, and then you have to say, well, okay, without casting any aspersions on anyone or anything, or playing down any other instrument, which is a definite no-no, because they're all good instruments.
Of course.
It's nonsense to say one is better than the other. So you're there to rescue the situation and say, well, you're doing, the most I would ever say is something like, you seem to be doing well with us so far. Yeah. And that the inference there is that, are you sure you want to take that leap? It's a great piano, but it's a change. Yeah. That's the kind of thing we're allowed to say that here too. Yeah. And it's fair, but
of course,
only in no coercion and no, come and play our piano and we'll give you this, that, or the other, or saying crappy things about other people's instruments is absolutely out of the question.
Yeah, it doesn't get us anywhere, does it?
It's unprofessional.
No, it's unprofessional, and every instrument is as unique as a person.
Absolutely.
It's one of the things. Yeah. The instrument, of course, here in the Verbruggen Hall will move then to the Opera House.
Yeah.
So what's that process like?
It's hell.
Okay.
Because having spent the last 2 weeks making our instrument sound perfect for this, as good as we can, there's no such thing as perfect, as good as we can make it for this particular space, which has its own acoustic characteristics, and the piano has its own natural voice that it feels and sounds at its best. We then go to a 3,000 seat auditorium, Sydney Opera House, which is another thing again. And so we've, having spent 2 weeks taming a monster, we have to make it a monster again. So this is it's not a paradox, a dichotomy, I guess. It's a polarization of use, where you're balancing sweet and brilliant here, and you're going to the Opera House where you just want pure energy. And some of the things that might normally irritate us as pianists and the technicians, noises and characteristics in the voice, are actually what you want out there.
Oh, how interesting.
Yeah, because those extraneous noises, you could call them, or unevenness, or whatever it is, that are inherent in all instruments, all pianos, could well be the thing you want in that space. So you've got to go find it again somehow. And that's a problem. That's difficult for us. Some makers choose to change actions over, which is the action mechanism that drives the strings, including all the keys, all the hammers, and all the moving bits. And attached to that action would be maybe a different set of hammers that are harder and less voiced and more brassy. And that will, especially for the big late Romantic and 20th century concerti that have big percussive demand on the instrument and to fill the space, that other instrument has to come to the fore if it's got it in it. And you'd have to assume that all three pianos here do have them you have that other character in them already. You just need to find it using different materials, different techniques, and hopefully find the voice that the pianists are going to accept or want, to get the Bartok
Right.
over the.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
further
that of
shared.
course was going to be my question. Of course, this is the next aspect we see of these young soloists. Then,
Yeah.
because they have to play differently, don't they?
Yeah.
They can't basically
Yeah.
stay,
Yeah.
perhaps a little bit reserved and back and fine in the same sort of way.
right.
They actually have to project themselves now to 3,000 people in a huge hall,
And
right?
dial 11.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And we have to do the same for the instrument. Yeah. And hope that the instrument, it is within the instrument to be able to do that. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a split personality.
And a lot of work for you, and a very interesting
be.
and very, very difficult to define type of work, isn't it, in many ways? But very fascinating, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Seems to-
It's a challenge.
That's what we like.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for finding some time.
You're very welcome, Brad.
David Kinney talking to me here, a piano technician and also on staff here at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music, from where this live broadcast is coming, Sydney International Piano Competition 2023.
Who's your favourite performer in this year's competition? Let us know by voting in the Rex Hopcroft People's Choice Award, proudly sponsored by Kauai. Voting opens at 10:20 p.m. on Friday the 7th of July after all 32 competitors have played in round 1 of the preliminaries. You can only vote once, so make it count. Voting closes at 5 p.m. on Saturday the 22nd of July. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pianoplas.com.au.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Verbruggen Hall here at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music, and welcome to the Sydney International Piano Competition. A very warm welcome to those of you here in the hall with us. You've been a wonderfully warm and supportive audience for the last 10 days, and we all appreciate that very much. Welcome to those of you joining us online, wherever you may be in the world. It's wonderful to have you with us. My name's Mark Coughlin. I'm delighted to be your host for today. And today is day 2 of the semi-final chamber music round. It's a big day for us. Once we hear the final sessions of our remaining semi-finalists perform, the jury will retire to vote, and then we'll gather back in this room tonight to hear which 6 finalists will go forward next week to play with the Sydney Symphony Orchestra in the wonderful Sydney Opera House. So it's a big day and it's an important day, but I'm sure we're going to hear some wonderful music making along the way. And we will start with some music making right now. The Australian Showcase initiative of the Sydney International Piano Competition was started in 2016 as a platform for the next generation of exceptional young Australian talent. And today, as we did yesterday, the Australian Showcase is embracing the chamber music theme, and we will have also 2 string players joining our program today. In this session, we're going to hear from cellist Hannah Kolos and pianist Dono Ng. Hannah lives in the Blue Mountains outside of Sydney and studies cello here at the Sydney Conservatorium. She has performed extensively, including as a member of the Australian Youth Orchestra. Hannah's also fascinated by science and is studying immunology and pathology together with music during her university studies. Dono performed for us yesterday in the Australian Showcase. He is a graduate of the Sydney Conservatorium of Music and, as we've seen, already in demand as a collaborative pianist. Hannah and Dono will perform for us the 3rd movement of Prokofiev's Sonata for Cello and Piano in C major. Please welcome Hannah Kolos and Dono Ng. Our Australian showcase performers there, Hannah Kolos and Donna Ung, playing the music of Prokofiev. All competitors were required to nominate both the violin sonata and a cello sonata when they submitted their entry to the competition. Those who progressed to the semi-finals were told on Monday night this week which of those pieces they would be playing in this chamber music round, and that order was determined by the order in which they are performing in the competition. They also had to prepare a short encore piece to follow the sonata. Also, at this stage of the competition, all competitors have performed on all three pianos that are provided and are therefore able to choose which piano they would like to play on in each session. And from today, we will be hearing from all three pianos. The first two pianists in this session have chosen the Steinway piano. We are extremely fortunate to have two outstanding soloists joining us to support the chamber music part of the competition. Li Wei Chin is a distinguished international soloist working regularly with many of the world's finest orchestras, as well as a busy recitalist and chamber music player. And Andrew Haveron is concertmaster of the Sydney Symphony Orchestra. He will be leading the Sydney Symphony next week during our final rounds in the Sydney Opera House. And Andrew has had an extensive career as a soloist, chamber musician and orchestral director. Our first semi-finalist for the afternoon is Yuan Fan Yang. Yuan Fan is a graduate of both the Royal Academy of Music and the Royal College of Music and is also making his mark as a composer. And together with Andrew Haveron, he will now perform Ravel's Sonata for Violin and Piano No. 2 in G major. Please welcome Yuan Fan Yang and Andrew Haveron. That was semi-finalist Yuan Fan Yang with violinist Andrew Havron playing the Ravel Sonata No. 2 and finishing with that wonderful arrangement by Jascha Heifetz of George Gershwin's It Ain't Necessarily So. Our next semi-finalist is Vitaly Starlikov. Vitaly is a graduate of the Moscow State Tchaikovsky Conservatory and the International Academy of Imola in Italy, and is currently pursuing further studies in Israel. He will be performing this afternoon with cellist Li Wei Chin, and they will play the Shostakovich Sonata for Cello and Piano in D minor. Please welcome semi-finalist Vitaly Starikov and cellist Li Wei Chin. That was our semi-finalist, Vitaly Starikov, with cellist Li Wei Chin, performing the Shostakovich Cello Sonata in D minor, and following up with the Vocalese by Rachmaninoff. We're now going to have a 20-minute interval. The reason I'm holding the program is to remind me to tell you that the programs are now on special. So you can buy one in the foyer for only $15. The reason I'm hanging on to mine, not only do they give you all the biographies of all the pianists in the competition, plus the jury, plus the associate artists, plus all the rules and regulations of the competition, plus forthcoming concerts and events, but they also have all the repertoire listing of all 32 competitors, and that's an amazing resource for anyone who loves piano music. And I'm going to hang on to this and read it. There's some wonderful, unusual, rare and interesting works listed there, as well as lots of old favourites. So that's $15 up in the foyer, and we'll see you in 20 minutes. Thanks very much.
Hello, and this is the live broadcast of the Sydney International Piano Competition 2023. And of course, I'm very happy now to introduce us to Cyrus Meha-Mhonji. Thank you very much for joining us. And of course, a rather important man as far as all the recordings go of this rather prestigious, wonderful competition, yeah?
I wouldn't say important, Brendan. I'd say privileged.
Privileged. What a nice way of putting it.
Privileged to bring music, to make the music last long after the competition is over.
Yeah.
Perhaps long after people have forgotten what they heard, who by, because as you know, there's a lot of music.
There's a lot of music, a lot of performers, and you of course have to do, you know, a lot to do with these people over the years, and you've heard a lot. Tell us about some of the special occasions that you've heard. I mean, how many years have you been associated with the competition?
Well, in one way or another since 1985.
Right.
So I was a student then, and I listened on the radio. I was in Perth, studying piano at university. And I was so impressed by the standards. I was just glued to it. You know, practice went by the wayside, tutorials went by the wayside, and I was just completely mesmerized by the quality of the playing. So much so that I got quite wrapped up in it. And I remember an English pianist by the name of Andrew Wilde, who was eliminated.
Right.
And so I wrote him a letter and sent it to the competition authorities. And about 3 months later, I got a phone call, saying, hello, you know, this is Andrew Wilde. I've received your letter, and it was just so nice and encouraging to hear from you. And then we ended up becoming friends. So that's where it started.
That's an incredible story,
Yeah.
because we're talking about 1985. It wasn't emails and internet and
It
things like
was-
this.
it was-
He tracked you down.
Yeah.
To call you.
Yeah,
you know.
which is lovely, and I knew there was something really special.
Right.
I remember Rita Kinka, a pianist who did the Beethoven Opus 109, and I fell in love with it, and I learned the piece and played it at my end of year recital that year. So you know, that's where things started.
That's where things started.
But I wasn't in Sydney. So in 1988, 3 years later, that's when the next competition took place. Not 4, but 3, because of the Australian bicentenary. And I said, I've got to come out for it. It was my first time in Sydney, in fact. And I remember I was staying at a youth hostel in Dulwich Hill. And I got there the day before, or 2 days before. I remember getting on the train, coming into Circular Quay, and the sun just sparkled over the Sydney Opera House, and I said, this is where I want to be. Not in Perth, the other end.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with it, but
Yeah.
you know. So I then attended all the sessions, or as many as I could, and I just fell in love with it again. And that's when I began thinking that, you know, something needs to happen, recordings need to be issued. But remember, this was still, you know, I was a student. And
You're a student, and let's just talk about, you were a music student.
I was a music
You're a
student.
pianist as well, right?
Yes,
Obviously,
at least was a
Yeah,
pianist, yeah.
right,
But I
okay.
took it to a pretty high level, you know. I
So
studied.
you've listened in a different way, yeah, already from the beginning, because you're playing the piano.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, not to be underestimated, yeah?
Perhaps. So 88 went past, and I, you know, was craving for recordings from it, and there was a recording released. Alexander Korsantia won the competition that year. And he came to Perth to do a recital, and I put in an order for a cassette. That's how a cassette was released of the winner.
Okay.
And I got very excited, because I still remember his Prokofiev toccata, one of the slowest Prokofiev toccatas, probably half the speed at which most people would play it today, but quite gripping. And so I rushed home after the recital and put the cassette into the player and played it. And I don't know why they were doing cassettes in 1988, because CDs were out by then, They were out in 1988.
Well, it was a cheaper way of doing it, probably, because remember, CD technology was actually very expensive once upon a time.
True.
So.
Anyway, the music was the sound reproduction was absolutely awful. Things distorted all over the place. And I don't know why, because, the ABC had recorded it. So I don't know where the recording stream was taken from, but it was awful. Come 1992, and I came back, and I've attended practically every competition since then, and I was determined that something should happen. So Zhang Dongkong, the Chinese pianist, won the competition, and there was a meeting. There was competition authorities. I think EMI was present. I still wasn't working for a record company then. And the Sydney Symphony's representatives were present, and we listened to Zhang Dong's Rachmaninoff 3, and it wasn't the best of performances. I remember it was almost something held back. It was like he was driving this racing car with a handbrake on.
Oh, what a lovely description.
Yeah. And no one thought it was worth putting out or that it merited a CD release. And I said, well, look, there's lots of other music from the competition. Why not do something with the solo rounds? And no one was interested. Well, so I thought, I've got to take matters into my own hand. At the end of that year, I started a classical music magazine, simply because Australia didn't have one. So I thought, well, a recording magazine would be good to have. A brave, bold, slightly crazy venture.
As one does when one's young.
Indeed. And so I thought, the magazine was called Soundscapes, and I thought, well, if no one's going to do CDs, I will. So I put out a label and released 3 recordings from it.
Wow.
The competition authority said, yes, go ahead, pay us this royalty, and we're happy for you to give the competition a platform. That's where it started. And then from then on, 96, 2000, 2004, 8, 12, the ABC put out recordings from the competition because they knew they wanted a good thing and they could have missed out on what had happened in the past. And so I've always been involved with choosing the repertoire for those.
Fantastic, yeah. And of course, we have here Sydney International Piano Competition and Decca Recording here, a compilation from 1992 to 2016.
Yes.
Right?
So we put that out, when was it? About 2018, I think. And the reason for doing that was I just felt all these recordings had been deleted and a lot of them were not on streaming services. So people would never get to hear them. So I thought, let's collect them. So, it was another way of repackaging. Different from the way we'd package recordings in the competition. They came out very close to the competition in past years. They represented, winners, and then there were thematic compilations, encore pieces, Beethoven sonatas, Schubert sonatas, that sort of thing. So the idea was, how do we do that differently? So we decided to thematicize every CD. So there's a Baroque CD with music by Scarlatti and Bach and Handel. And then there's a classical CD, Mozart and Haydn, Beethoven, even into Schubert. And then, as you know, there's lots of romantic and 20th century music played at competitions. It's always been the case. So there was 3 romantic CDs and 3 20th century CDs, and then a CD of transcriptions, and then 2 of concertos. So that made up an 11 CD box set, which I'm very proud of. Being released on Decca, it got, which is the record company, one of the record companies I work for, it got very wide circulation and really outstanding reviews. I think it was Rob Cowan in Gramophone who said, if you shut your eyes and you were blindfolded and you were listening and you didn't know the name of the artist, you think Marc-Andre Hamelin, you think Marta Argerich, you think Cherkassky, and Horowitz.
Huge pianists.
Yes. And yet many of the names here are not known.
No.
And that kind of is something that informed how I chose the music and the philosophy
Right.
behind choosing the music. You get dreamers, you get singers in the pianistic world in the competition. You get really trenchant pianists. You get people that rip you apart, not least in this competition. Such a variety, such an emotional landscape of piano playing. And I thought, it's not so much about the winner, it's not so much about the finalists. That's always been my principle. It's about music that people want to remember and music that people will enjoy repeated listening from, no matter who the artist is. And that was always the guiding principle on choosing the music behind these recordings.
Wow, it's a wonderful principle. It's a wonderful way of working. I mean, you're sitting there, you're seeing the same instrument perform, the musicians, different musicians playing on the same instrument, yet all these different things coming across to you each time. Every time they play, every time someone different plays, there's something completely different.
Not only that, but they're sometimes playing exactly the same piece.
Yes, exactly.
And it's sounding completely different.
Yeah.
Even with, in this competition, some of the music that the Australian composers wrote, two people playing stuff back to back and sounding completely different.
Yes.
That's the fascinating aspect of classical music.
Yes,
I remember way back a finance director in the record company I worked for, Universal Music, said to me, "Mate, this classical music business of yours, it's a covers business, isn't it?" And he was dead right. You don't have ABBA writing Waterloo and someone trying to imitate it. You have Beethoven writing the Waldstein and hundreds of thousands of pianists playing it. Interpreting it. And yet it's so different.
Yeah.
It can be so different.
It's just as different as every person, isn't it, actually?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so when you do find an interpretation that speaks to a lot of different people, then that's quite a special moment, isn't it? And that's what you've been busy with, basically capturing those special moments and putting them into recordings.
Yeah, that's a very responsible position.
Oh, yes.
Because, how are you going to please your audience? How are you going to please the jury? How are you going to reflect some of what goes on in the competition? Like, just because I might not like a finalist or a semi-finalist, I don't just omit them. So it's a balance.
Yeah,
it's a balancing act. But ultimately, it's the music making, and the music making you want to hear and you want listeners to hear. That is documented. It's also a great passport for these young pianists to say they have a recording on a major label. Yeah. It's very important. And for us, because I'm a board member of the competition, it's very, very important to represent the artist's interests on a document other than on streaming services, which is also important, but to have something physical that they can take and say, this has got my name on it, this has got my playing on it.
Indeed. But what about new technologies and the sort of the effects that they're having on recordings these days? In some ways, some people are talking about the cassette is coming back because they're rather happy about the fact that, it's more believable. Perhaps it's not that perfect digitalized sound that some people have got used to these days.
No, you've got to put up with a lot of hiss and tapes getting all mangled up. And
all those discomforts.
Yeah, it's more restricted to pop. Vinyl, on the other hand, took off more with pop, certainly with jazz, a great deal. I think people enjoyed the romance of the vinyl. People hadn't collected vinyl. It might be an old thing to some of us, but it was a new thing to them.
Yeah. The visual aspect of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yeah. And then classical music's come into the fray, but almost as the last of the genres to come to fray. And what people who buy vinyl LPs, classical music LPs, are looking for is new remastering. Going back to the original tapes and seeing how, with today's technology, you can get closer to the sound that was intended. Because often with vinyl, and with CD reissues, it was a case of sound sometimes being modified because you just did not have the quality of equipment.
And also the taste of the sound engineer who's doing it to a certain extent,
Very important, and the producer.
Yeah, never to be underestimated.
Absolutely.
No, never to be underestimated. Anybody who's recording artists knows how important they are. They bring them nice cakes and bottles of wine during the recording.
Yes,
so
very important.
The right way.
I mean, you look at people like John Culture at Decca and people of that ilk, and good to Hermanns, good to Braced, Deutsche Grammophon. And so on,
they're legends.
They are legends.
They are legends. And rightly so.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at 2023. What sort of plans have you got as far as recordings go this year, and what will people be able get hold of after this wonderful competition?
Well, 2 weeks after the competition finishes, we're releasing digitally a highlights album of the winner. So we'll have to go into the studio, mix, master, and have that out in time. It's a very, very quick, but I wanted to do something that reflects the quick turnaround of 2023. And, it's the expectation of people. About 3 months after that, we'll release all the solo rounds from the finalist, both on CD and digitally. And then, as I've been listening, there are other plans. So some of them...
You've been inspired.
I've been inspired. How
great,
can one not be walk out on air after some of the sessions? Yeah. So there will be 32 digital albums from each of the competitors, each of which will contain one or more pieces from them. We'll decide the extent to which they're represented. But I wanted to give every single competitor some sort of platform on digital platforms. There will be an Australian CD, as well as its digital equivalents, from the music that was written for Composing the Future and a lot of the music that was then played by the competitors in their preliminaries. The Australian music, I think it's important to represent music being written today.
Indeed.
And played at such a high level too.
Yes, and wonderful compositions, aren't they?
Absolutely.
They're really, really interesting compositions.
Yeah.
It's
and
like
the emergence
fresh air.
of new composers that
exactly.
you haven't heard of.
Yeah.
And I think all these people need a platform. And as a record company and as a director on the board, I think it's important we represent all this activity. So, the Piano Plus, the great umbrella organization now that the Sydney International Piano Competition is doing. So, lots of plans.
Lots of plans, busy times ahead. And that, of course, was Cyrus Meyer Homji speaking to me there, Senior Vice President of Classical and Jazz from Universal Music, joining me here for the live broadcast of the Sydney International Piano Competition 2023.
Participating in the Sydney Piano Competition means more than just competing for a prize or recognition. It's an opportunity to connect with like-minded individuals who share my passion for music, meet and collaborate with other musicians and learn from their experiences. I think additionally to competition provides a platform for me to share my music with others, which I believe can inspire and bring people together. Winning the Sydney Piano Competition will absolutely mean the world to me. It'll be a validation of all the hard work and dedication that I've put into my music over this 17 years. It would mean that my music resonates with judges and the audience, and that I have achieved a significant milestone in my career. The prize money could be a very, very huge help in furthering my music career and pursuing my dreams, both as a performer and a creative musician, I think. My vision and dream for the future, I'll definitely continue developing my skill as a pianist, to perform in prestigious venues and to collaborate with other musicians from different backgrounds and cultures. I believe that music has the power to unite people, to heal people, and to create a very positive impact on the world. I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this incredible competition. It has definitely been an honor to share my love for music with such a talented and passionate community of performers and music lovers. I do believe that music is a language that transcends all boundaries, and through my performance, I hope to touch your hearts and inspire you. Dear friends, it's an honor for me to be here in the Sydney Piano Competition. As a music lover, a pianist, a competitor, I have poured my heart and soul into every note I play, and I cannot wait to share my passion with all of you. Thank you for being here, and let's make this an unforgettable experience. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, for the final performance of this session. You might have noticed during the break we've had a change of piano. Our next semi-finalist has chosen to play the Fazioli today. We're now going to hear from Junyuan Chen. Junyuan is based in London, where she is undertaking postgraduate studies at the Royal Academy of Music, and her initial music training was at the Shanghai Conservatory. She will be performing this afternoon with violinist Andrew Haveron, and they're going to perform for us the Ravel Sonata for violin and piano in G major, number 2. So please welcome to the stage semi-finalist Junyuan Chen with violinist Andrew Haveron. That was semi-finalist Junyan Chen with violinist Andrew Haverin, playing the Ravel Sonata for violin and piano in G major, and finishing with It Ain't Necessarily So by George Gershwin in an arrangement by Jascha Heifetz. And that concludes our session this afternoon. We now have a break, but we're coming back at 6:30 this evening, not 7 like yesterday, but 6:30. So please note that our last two semi-final chamber music recitals will commence at 6:30 this evening, and we look forward to seeing you then. Thanks for being such a great audience. See you soon.
Who's your favourite performer in this year's competition? Let us know by voting in the Rex Hopcroft People's Choice Award, proudly sponsored by Kauai. Voting opens at 10:20 p.m. on Friday the 7th of July after all 32 competitors have played in round 1 of the preliminaries. You can only vote once, so make it count. Voting closes at 5 p.m. on Saturday the 22nd of July. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pianoplus.com.au.
Hello, I'm Marcus Barker and I'm the Chief Executive of Piano Plus, and I'm joined here today by the Honourable Bronwyn Bishop, who is the President of the Friends of the competition. Bronwyn, welcome.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Lovely to be here.
I believe that you've been involved, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you've been involved with the competition from when it first started back in 1977. Is that correct, or just a wild rumour?
It's absolutely correct, but it's actually even before that. Because when it was announced, there was quite a lot of preparation that had to go on. And in those days, it was run by an executive committee of the board, of which I was a member. And then Claire Dan, who was a friend of mine, asked me would I form the Friends. And that's how it started.
Wonderful. And so you mentioned the name of Claire Dan.
Yes.
Some people may not necessarily know that name. Would you like to tell us a little bit about who Claire Dan was?
Yes, I would. Claire Dan was quite a remarkable woman. She had come from communist Hungary. She had escaped, as it were.
Yes.
She had been an actress. She was someone who was passionate about the piano, and she wanted to do something for Australian young people. Now today, we realise that young pianists all around the world can see and hear each other through the internet, through YouTube.
Very true.
But in those days, there was no such ability to know what the competition was like in the world.
Yeah, yeah.
And so Claire wanted to bring the best that the world had to offer here, so that young pianists, young people could hear, and older people as well, could hear the best of the young people in their own country.
Yeah.
So that became a very expensive exercise, because we had to pay airfares, per diem, accommodation, moving them round. And so that's how all the work that had to go on before we started with the first competition in 77. And if I might say, I would say to people then, well, you must come to the piano competition. And they'd say, but I don't play. I said, no. What you're going to do is hear the best.
Exactly. We want you to listen, and we want you to partake in being in the audience.
Yes.
Indeed,
yes.
indeed.
Yes, indeed.
And so did Claire Dan start it by herself, or were there other people involved in the beginning
No,
days?
there were others involved, very much so, particularly Rex Hopcroft, who was then the director of this institution.
That's right, yes.
In fact, we used to meet in his office, and he was very much involved, and he was the first artistic director, of course. Robert Tobias was someone who was around in those early days.
Yes.
And of course, Sir Ian Turbot was the initial chair of the executive committee. And so it was a structure where Claire wanted to do not only that, but more. And in the beginning, she had her own foundation, of which I was on the board as well. And she brought out a whole lot of theatrical acts, and some of it became part of the Festival of Sydney. She had a very broad aim, but ultimately the piano competition was what she focused on. And of course, getting membership of the international body was pivotal to that.
Yeah, yeah.
And so,
she was very much a forward thinker, wasn't she?
Yes.
She was bringing out a lot of those big, as you
Yes.
just mentioned, theatre companies out to
Yes.
Australia before the festivals were doing them, what we
Yes.
see and enjoy today, what with
Yeah.
Sydney Festival, Melbourne Festival. Claire was doing that then. And so her forward vision, it's wonderful to think that we're going to be almost reaching 50 years
Yes.
in the next few years, in 2027 actually, and that this vision that Claire Dan had so long ago is still going strong today.
that's it.
Yeah.
But isn't it interesting? When someone comes from a country where there's no freedom, she was determined to see freedom here and to see the blossoming of artistic endeavour that happens when you have freedom.
Absolutely. And we see that on the stage during this year's competition, don't we?
Yeah.
That we're here celebrating these wonderful young artists for
Yes.
their capacity as a musician and as a pianist,
Yes.
and their freedom to do so.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
And we also, you mentioned Rex Hobcroft, who was one
Yes.
of the original founders of the piano competition. And we also have a prize, the People's Choice Prize, in his name for this year's competition. Or actually, we had it for 2016's competition as well, didn't we?
Yes.
Indeed. So, but you're the president of the Friends of the Sydney International Piano Competition. Can you tell me a little bit about what the Friends' role is and what
Yes.
they do to support the competition?
Yes, well, in the beginning, it was like everything. Pick up people at the airport, billet them, feed them, whatever. But these days, what we do mainly is we have a membership of several hundred, and we run recitals in between competitions, keep alive the concept of the competition and people identifying with the competition.
Yes.
And they're all people who are lovers of piano music. And by doing that, we raise funds. And of course, we now give the first prize of $50,000.
It's amazing to
Which
think
is-
to think that this group of volunteers
Yes.
do all of this work in between those years, in between our competition years, I should say, to actually support the competition in giving the first prize of the $50,000,
Yeah.
which is so wonderful.
Well, we have a fantastic council who run the Friends, and we have a very good, tight, good executive. I have a great treasurer in Terry Mackin and a great secretary in Connie McManus and other office bearers who are terrific. And that means that we also run a newsletter, which of course you help us with, and put it online, but we send out hard copy as well.
Yes.
And that enables us to not only keep aware the idea of the competition, because we run 4 or 5 recitals a year,
Indeed, yes.
and that means that the name of the competition goes out broadly. It also means that when it comes to questions of volunteers, we have a ready workforce too. And I think the fact that so many members, particularly of the council and also of the Friends, have become Club 32 members is also indicative of their commitment.
And the Club 32 program is an important program. You mentioned before about back in 1977, the Friends were raising the funds to bring these young artists out to Australia. What we do now with Club 32 is that those Club 32 donors are now those, I guess, patrons of these young artists and helping to bring them out to Australia. So in a way, there's been an evolution, hasn't there,
Yes.
from where the Friends started way back in 1977. They're still active, very much active today, but we now have this lovely evolution of a very a fruitful donation program for the competition now in 2023.
Yes.
So just talking about some of the other evolutions that you've seen since that time, maybe give us some reflections of things that have changed or some highlights that have happened over the period that you've been involved with this Sydney International Piano Competition.
Well, yes, I can. Certainly in the early days, when Rex was no longer the artistic director, and of course Warren Thompson became the artistic director, and we worked very closely with Warren, and he was a vice president of the Friends as well, so there was a close interaction in that way. So we've seen that evolution take place when you took the role, and you've given it your character and progressed the competition in a very professional way. But I might remember that it was important that in 2016 that we discussed streaming, and so the Friends paid for the streaming from here, from the con.
Absolutely, and today our audiences are watching
Yes,
us around the
yes,
world,
yes.
and you're absolutely correct that the Friends were integral in actually enabling us to actually live stream the competition for the first time
Yes.
back in 2016.
Yes.
And so, but now we know also what happened after 2020 or in
Yes,
2020,
yes.
that we actually moved online, for the online competition, and the work that the Friends had actually kind of, the gift that the
Yeah.
Friends had given us to actually live stream in 2016, who knew, but actually kind of gave us a bit of a head start in what we had to deliver in 2021.
Except I remember the conversation with you that said how much more difficult it was to deliver online than it is to to deliver live concerts as we're doing now.
It certainly was a hell of a lot more difficult to do online than actually, having 32 young artists here on the stage in Sydney.
Yes.
But that aside, so what have been some of your highlights for this year's competition?
Well, I think the idea of being actually able to meet the person you're supporting, and I think it's very interesting the way we got to support the various competitors, in that I was unable to come to the dinner because I was working that night, if you recall.
Yes, I do.
But I think they all pulled out of a hat. Or was it a key on the piano?
It was a key on the
key on the piano.
All interactive. Indeed. And so we see the friends around, the behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, and some of the work and the volunteer. It's all volunteer, isn't it?
Yes, all of it.
Yes. So all of that volunteer work is so valuable to actually make this big competition actually happen. What would be your hopes for the future of the competition?
Well, my hopes for the future is that we're able to see it continue. That's the first thing. And I know the new structure with Piano Plus, which is a bit like the old structure of Claire's Foundation in a way. But I think the things that you're undertaking look exciting. The Friends are still committed to raising the funds to give the $50,000 for the first prize for the competition, which will still be a star attraction of Piano Plus.
Will, yes.
So I want that to succeed so that the competition can continue to succeed.
That's
because
wonderful.
I think it does give us a place on the musical map. Once upon a time there was a minister back in the days of Malcolm Fraser, yes, who actually saw the international value, and that was the first and only time that the competition got a grant from the federal government.
Yes.
Except I think there was the odd amount that they'd allow if we commissioned a new work. And of course Peter Sculthorpe was the first to be commissioned.
Indeed.
And I actually still have his the original of his piece that was commissioned.
What a wonderful memento. Maybe you could share that with us one day, Bronwyn. So just tell us, how can people get involved in terms of the Friends?
Well, we welcome anyone to become a member of the Friends if you love music, you love particularly the piano. And I think in the program there are details, or you can go to the website of the competition and just fill out the forms, and it's very reasonable. It's a whole $45.
Indeed.
And that gives you access to all our programs and the newsletter and keeping up to date with what's happening. So we'd love to welcome you. If you feel like joining us, you'd be most welcome.
That's right. So people can actually go to the website, which is simply pianoplus.com.au, and join up to be a member of the Friends. Bronwyn Bishop, thank you so much for joining us today and talking to us a little bit about the Friends and the history of the competition. Thank you very much indeed.
Great pleasure.
Hello and welcome back once more to the live broadcast here from the 2023 Sydney International Piano Competition. And joining me now is chairman of the Sydney International Piano Competition and somewhat a legend in Australia with Australian artists, Virginia Breeden. Thank you so much for finding some time to talk to me.
It's a pleasure. Legend, I don't know.
Oh, well, I think you are in so many ways. As somebody who works a lot overseas with a lot of Australian artists, your name has come to my ears many times over the years. So it was terrific to actually meet you for the first time. You like to be called chairman, don't you, as well?
I do. I don't really believe in chair. That to me is a piece of furniture. It's always been chairman, so I don't ever see the need to change it. No,
Right.
I'm fine with that.
You're fine with that. Oh, that's
Yeah.
terrific to know. You, of course, have been assisting Australian artists for a long time, and you've been involved with this competition for a long time as a Sydney person, but also in your position here on the board. How has it evolved over the years, the Sydney International Piano Competition?
Well, Well, it's changed, but surprisingly, the raison d'etre and the way it goes is pretty much the same. But I started in 1976. We had a 1 year to plan the whole thing from scratch, which was, a very big ask, actually. I don't think any of us went to bed before midnight any night for the whole year. But how has it evolved? I think after every competition, we obviously have an assessment to see, what we think worked or didn't work. But, it's surprising that the basic structure of the competition has remained pretty much the same. For example, we have less performers now, we take less competitors. In the first competition in 1977, we had 45, I think it was, and now we take 32. There are numerous reasons for that. It worked better with the schedule, but also money was an issue. And we were paying the airfares, full airfares and accommodation and per diems for everybody. And it just seemed, that we were having a struggle affording that as prices were going up. How else has it changed? Well, I think we've made a few changes in the area of the repertoire. Piers has been very smart about making it much more own choice, particularly in the first 2 rounds. There are some requirements, but basically it has opened up the repertoire. So instead of having, 20 Liszt Mephisto waltzes or something like that, we have a much more even spread and, interestingly, probably a much more varied repertoire. What else to say? I don't know. The number of jury has remained the same. The pianos, we have less pianos. When we started in 1977, we had, I think it was 6 pianos, but the logistics of it were incredible. Piers has refined the piano situation so that everybody gets to play or has to play all of the pianos which are on stage. But in 1977, people had an open choice. So the stage crew were moving pianos backwards and forwards, and it was quite arduous. So we very quickly had to decide we couldn't do that anymore.
I mean, that's over 40 years, of course, and what you've seen over the years. What sort of a role does the competition now play in Sydney musical life?
Well, I think it plays a big role. I mean, one of the innovations we've had, for example, is having the piano showcase, the little 8-minute piece at the very beginning of each session. And this gives everybody a wonderful opportunity to see what the next generation of competitors is going to be, or in the case where they're only 12, like 12 years old, like they were today. Of course, it might be 2 generations. But the role, I think, for me, is really for their careers, to develop their careers, to expose what the competitors can do, who they are, where they're coming from, and hopefully where they're going. And I think that's the big thing as a career development thing.
Well, and of course, this is one of your specialties, of course, because you've been an agent for so many, for over 150 Australian artists, from conductors to soloists to stage directors and all sorts of people. Do you think that they're getting the assistance and help they need, those Australian artists, when they go off to work on their careers elsewhere?
That's a very difficult question. The answer is probably not enough. They have to be terribly enterprising, and they also have to be very, very patient, because developing a European or American touring professional life is a very difficult thing. There is a fairly standard sort of arrangement between, say, artist managers in Australia and artist managers overseas, whereby we can share management of one particular or several artists. And this means that usually I was able to choose somebody with whom I could collaborate, so that the artist had some sort of support when they went to Europe. But Australia is a long way away, and you realise that a lot of people don't really know what fabulous talent we have here. And it's a question of how to showcase them in Europe and America. And competitions, of course, are the best way, especially now when you can actually stream and people can watch. And I've just looked at that this morning and seen people from all over the place, Russia and Turkey and so on, they're all putting thumbs up
Yes.
on the streaming, which is
It's
terrific.
incredible. One of the
Yeah.
positive aspects of the pandemic,
Yeah.
of course, is that we've taken that aspect of things much more seriously. Yeah?
Yes, although there's a real tendency for people to stay home in the winter by the fire and watch at home and not buy tickets, which is, important.
Which is hard for me to believe because we've got 22 degrees here and this would be a Berlin summer day, so it's difficult.
This is true.
Let's look a little bit more fundamentally, though, at that particular question. And what sort of environment does Australia need to create to make sure that this amazing number of talents that we have come through, that they actually get the nutrition, the musical, the artistic nutrition that they need to go on and have these careers that they need, we hope that they will have?
Well, obviously, I think the first answer is some more government support. Because establishing any kind of a career overseas basically requires money. On the other hand, it is amazing what artists who are determined to do it can do for themselves with management help from people here, with management help from people in Europe. Everybody tries the best to expose them to concert giving engagement like orchestras and so on. It's a very, very slow process. But I've always actually believed where somebody is really hugely talented, they rise to the top pretty quickly. And it's surprising how much pianists know about who to ring up. There's a network amongst themselves. But I would really love to see, I've always hoped that people like the Australia Council and for that matter, state governments would provide a little bit more money to support people when they go away. I mean, that in itself might be the subject of a competition. I'm sure it would be competitive to be able to be given those sort of grants. And there are some. The opera world has a lot of those sort of overseas travel scholarships. But I think piano is probably not high on the list.
No. And of course, Australia is renowned for its sports obsession to a certain extent. Yeah. But what about those artists that are successful elsewhere and that come back? Do you ever experience anything like tall poppy syndrome in amongst the performers that you've taken care of over the years? Are they sort of welcomed with open arms when they come back?
Not always. I mean, for example, I've represented Stuart Challenger long ago, who was the second only Australian chief conductor of the Sydney Symphony. And it took a very long time for people to warm to him. Of course, once they warmed to him, they were very sorry when he died. Simone Young is another who took me a long time to get her back from Germany to get engagements here. And there's a kind of, well, why do they need us attitude amongst Australians? They've had a good career in Europe, why are they coming home? But I can say honestly that I don't know one single Australian artist who doesn't want to come home. They all want to come home because, it's where they know, it's where they love, and it's where they've grown up. It's hard to know what the reasons for this attitude is. It's a bit sort of Australian. Oh, well, they've had it lucky, so why are they coming back?
Yeah. So do you think that perhaps Australians don't believe that we have the potential to grow these tall poppies to really create these wonderful artists? I mean, look at Barry Kosky, you've mentioned Simone Young, there's...
Barry is also a client of mine, and he is a person who's completely, really done it. I finally introduced, I had his world management for some time, and then I finally introduced him to a UK manager, and we swapped. I took Australian management and we gave away world management. But Barry's had a phenomenal career, and people want him to come back, but he doesn't have the time to come back.
Well, he's so busy elsewhere. He's had a phenomenal career, and he's been very innovative and really changed a lot of things and got opera back up there again in a way that sometimes I think perhaps only an Australian can do because of...
I agree with that. Yeah? Australians have got, they can have sharp elbows where they need to. And they've also they go in, they just march in and say, well, what the hell, I'm going to do it. So there they are.
Oh, they also come from a different background to a lot of the Europeans. The sort of education that people get here and the sort of things that they're exposed to when they're growing up, let it be it the literature or be it the dance, be it the music, or also our environment, our you know, this incredible, beautiful country that we come from, it all has an influence on all these people, and you actually feel it, of course, in their work and what they do, be it the writers or the painters or the musicians.
Absolutely. Well, they have to be very adventurous, and I think they just jump in the deep end, to be honest. I think is the way to go. You know, you just have to be very, very brave and think, well, I'm going to do it, be determined to do it. But, you know, writers, a lot of Australian writers have very good reputation overseas, but then they have got a calling card in their books, whereas it's not so easy for an instrumentalist, say, for a pianist particularly.
Indeed, indeed. As you've observed this competition over the last 40-something years, I'm wondering if you could share a few of the moments that come back to you about some of the people you've heard perform that remain sort of in that special place in your heart, you know? Yeah, it's probably too many.
There's so many,
so
yes.
many. Yeah, well, one or two that you know.
But one wonderful story was that Irina Plotnikova from Russia won the competition in 1977. It was the first one I managed. And she and I really always enjoyed each other very much. And I can always remember that she played, I think it was in the second round, a Haydn sonata, and I just thought, this girl's going to win, and sure enough she did. But the amazing thing for me is that we've stayed in contact, and only last night we were WhatsApping. She WhatsApped. I won't tell you what her comments were about which pianist, but they were all pretty favourable.
Well, I think one of her students is here, though, I think, as well.
One of her students, but he didn't make it to the semi-finals.
Okay, right.
Tanin.
Okay, yes.
But she has been very impressed with the standard. Others, oh look, there were so many. André Laplante was a Canadian pianist who was also in 1977, he came third, and I stayed in touch with him for a very long time. I don't know what's happened to him now. But then I got invited to the Tchaikovsky competition in Moscow in 1978, and he came third, which was a phenomenal exercise because the competition was very, very hot. But other things, oh golly, there's so many. I remember someone who shall remain nameless who didn't expect to get to the last round, the finals, and didn't know his concertos.
Oh no!
So the choice was, do you struggle through and try to learn it? In those days we had a little bit more free time between the rounds of the competition, so he had a few days. But it was a nail-biting exercise because he finally decided he didn't want to be eliminated and that he would go ahead and give it a go. I know he was playing Brahms one and a Mozart concerto, and they're not easy.
No, not at all.
But knowing he was going to have a collapse, I was standing in the wings waiting for him, and he did. He actually, when he came off Brahms one, he collapsed, had a sort of collapse because the effort of doing it.
Just getting that far.
Roger Cavell, who was the Sydney Morning Herald critic at the time, said that the Mozart was completely unrecognisable, but it was marvellous. So I don't know what that says. But that young man went on to have a very good career.
We, of course, have a really special aspect in this competition as well. A young fellow from North Queensland, Ruben Zhang, has jumped in at the last minute and made it through to the second round. It's really quite something, isn't it?
Amazing. I heard him play and I thought, well, I'm probably not allowed to say what I thought, but I thought it was phenomenal.
Well, we're all, you know, a homeboy. We're very happy about it.
I'm thrilled for him.
Yes.
And when you think about it, he just happened to have the repertoire that he could put into the competition. 1 week's notice is, some of these players have probably been preparing for a couple of years. So it's fantastic.
Well, of course, you know better than anybody, of course, that this we're talking about, we're dealing here with players who, we're talking about decades of work. It's not just 1 or 2 years or you know, making a decision like this for a major competition like this. These people have been working most of their lives towards this moment, isn't it? And so makes it all the more special then to see them do well. And
well, you see that some of them are 27, 28, some of them are a lot younger, of course, but if you figure that they started learning the piano at 4 or 5, you know, just count up.
Yes, exactly.
And that's 8 hours of practice a day and a lot of lessons. If you do the statistics on it, it's really quite impressive, I must say.
Do you enjoy working with artists? Obviously.
Oh, yes, I do. After nearly 30 years of my business, arts management, I decided that, you know, I should really not pass my use-by date. And I had two people who were very, very good working for me, and I decided that was the time to hand over the business, which I did do. I always missed it, but, you know, they're doing a very good job. The business is still going well, and, you know, I couldn't be happier, really.
Well, I mean, what a lot of people don't realise is as an agent, you're busy sometimes 20 hours a day because you're going to rehearsals and then you're going to concerts and you're dealing with all sorts of other aspects of that artist's career. And there's a lot of, I would think, unpaid hours in there as well. It's not an easy profession.
No, because it's sort of part psychologist, part social worker,
Yes,
sometimes
counselling.
marriage counsellor,
Yes.
banker, you know, the
Yes.
ones that come and ask you if they could actually defer the payment of their commission. All those things are wrapped into one. So you have to have a character which, as a personality, which can accept all of that. And because I always had my eye on the international scene, and I was a member, indeed, the chairman of the International Association of Artist Managers for quite a long time, I was really, I suppose, able to see how other people coped with that as well. And I learnt a lot from my colleagues in the early years.
I can imagine.
Yeah,
I can
I
imagine.
did.
Dedicated to music in the way that you are, it's interesting perhaps for you to tell us what you think the role of music and musicians is in today's world. We don't particularly have an easy time. We have, you know, lots of major things that we need to be basically confronting and looking at. What do you think music does for us and musicians should be doing for us, or what their role might be?
Well, I can't speak for other people, but I know that music does a tremendous amount for me. I think the biggest concern across all the music art forms is trying to encourage young people to be interested. And to, what's more, to come to live performance. I think one of the biggest problems has been technology. The device in hand seems more interesting than going to a concert hall or opera or ballet or anything, really. And how can you really teach young people about the fabulous things to do with the arts in general? And I think that is something which just challenges everybody. And I haven't got an answer, I have to say.
No.
It's really very, very difficult. Some are just lucky enough to have a family who encourage them at an early age to enjoy music and also to learn it, or even just to enjoy it or play it with the family. And others have a background where there isn't that at an early age, and it's hard to develop it. And I think the government also has some responsibility for this, because they're cutting down on music education all over the place. And some schools don't provide any music education. Others provide some, but not enough. And so how do the kids find out that they should, you know, develop an interest? It's very tricky. But then you look at the concert halls, and often very full, and you see people who are still adoring it and who would do anything. They would go through a snowstorm to come to particular concerts or opera. And then you know that it's still live and kicking. You know?
Yeah.
And I don't have any magic solutions, I have to say.
Well, no magic solutions, but a wonderful competition here and we've had the great pleasure of being able to observe over the last days wonderful dedicated musicians, and so many of those musicians that you've helped through the years along the way. Thank you so much, Virginia, for talking to me today. It's been a great pleasure for me to meet you and to be able to tell a little bit of your story as well.
Thank you.
It's rather remarkable.
Thank you.
And that was Virginia Braden, Chairman of the Sydney International Piano Competition, Piano Plus. You've been listening to the live broadcast coming to you from the Sydney International Piano Competition 2023.
I'm Piers Lane. I'm the Artistic Director of the Sydney International Piano Competition. And on my left is Constantine Chamray, who has quite a history with the competition himself. I played it in 1977. He played in it in 2008. and was the first prize winner. So it's lovely that he's completed his full circle, becoming a juror in 2023, and I completed my full circle, becoming artistic director in 2015. But Konstantin, how was it coming here this time? Did it bring back memories?
Yes, 15 years haven't passed, and first I was incredibly nervous. The very first day when we had to meet, I felt suddenly that I was going to play myself again, compete. But then when I finally met my colleagues, jurors, and everybody, and it was just suddenly relaxing and really nice and warm. But I understand that I remember every single day, almost every minute, it flashed back of me playing in 2008. I remember my program. Remember
Really?
everything. Yeah.
What was the first piece you played?
Bach Partita in G major.
Ah, what a lovely thing to do. Not so many people play that, yeah. And I remember you saying the other night that you had to play at 9 in the morning. What,
Maybe
9:30?
it was 9:30 or something, or 10.
Yeah. I've tried to do away with that in the competition because I think it's so unlike professional life to have to play at 9 in the morning. So here everything starts, I think the earliest is 11:30, but mostly at midday at the moment because I want everything to reflect real professional life as far as possible. And for that reason too, in the present competitions, it's entirely own choice for all the recitals. Contestants are asked to include an Australian piece written since January the 1st, 2000. But apart from that, everything is own choice. Was that the case back in 2012?
No, it was a bit different. It had to be, I remember I had to play Mozart sonata. There were etudes. Of course, eliminating etudes is a great thing because it's the most scary part. Sometimes you have to come on stage and play 1 or 2 etudes just out of, it's a quite nervous challenge.
Sure. And that's not something one would do in a real professional concert.
Exactly. So, of course, something has changed since 2008, and I love the changes. Although, even in 2008, I found that it was quite free in terms of choice. We also had an Australian piece, of course. I don't remember other requirements. I think Beethoven or classical sonata.
Maybe a Debussy prelude?
No.
That came a bit later.
Yes, it was Debussy prelude. Yes, exactly. I played. There were a few requirements, but still we were quite free to create the program. And that's why I remember my professor, Tatiana Zelikman, also, she said, you need to go on this one because you can make an interesting program here.
Do tell us more about your teachers, the wonderful Tatiana Zelikman, who's legendary, really, bringing up young pianists in Russia, and her husband, Vladimir Trop, whom I met decades ago when he brought Konstantin Lifshitz to London as a teenager to study at the Royal Academy. And I remember Trop going through all the Scriabin etudes with me, it must have been. I was going to record them all. And he took time. He was so generous and so warm and lovely, just talking about them because he'd done such studies of Scriabin.
Of course, he's absolute genius, player, musician. And Tatiana also. They're just among the dearest people in my life, and
totally devoted to their students and to music.
Devoted to the student, devoted to music, devoted to not just teaching students how to play piano, but to make them cultured people. I remember funny things. Tatiana, when I was 14, we went on a tour, on little trip to Amsterdam, and I had to play as a young talent somewhere in Concertgebouw a little bit. And then she took me to Rijksmuseum, to Van Gogh Museum, everywhere, and I didn't know anything. And then she said, you are a Mowgli. You're Mowgli from the forest. You have to come back and start reading. You have to go to museum. We'll write list of books you have to read. And then she donated many books to me. And I still remember the first one was Moby Dick. Not that I did not read anything better, but she just realized how far I was from being any, any cultured man. And then I remember her saying something very important. She said, culture is what is left when everything is forgotten.
Oh.
What is left at the bottom, that's your culture. They're just my family.
Yes. And you're here in a dual capacity, really. You're the Russian judge this year, but you're the Australian judge as well. And you're dual nationality. And the Sydney was a turning point in Constantine's life, really, because you've been here more or less ever since, haven't you? In a way.
In a way, yeah.
Tell us.
Not straight after, but I still remember that feeling that when I landed first for the competition, I suddenly felt, oh, that's like home. I had never felt it before. And never felt it since anywhere else. But I knew that there was something special for me in Australia straight away, even before competition started. And I honestly tell you, I did not think I would pass through the second round. Not because I was not believing myself, because I did not think. That's the thing. I just tried not to think about the elimination, about anything. I was like, okay, I will be playing while I can play. And then, oh, I passed. Great, I can play more. And then after I passed third round, I was like, fantastic, I can play hammer clavier, Beethoven, and then Scriabin. And it was for me just like this, not negative in terms of, okay, I'm not going to pass.
You didn't put pressure on yourself in that way.
I did, but it was so much pressure that, when it reached threshold, you cannot be more nervous. You just focus fully. And I remember very well that not to get nervous in a distracting way. I was just only thinking about music and nothing else. And when I was coming on stage, I was only playing. And that, when you're so focused, that helps the nerves.
Yes, I always tell people that to have something special they want to communicate in the first line, something about the harmony or some nuance that they feel something very special about, so that it takes you into yourself immediately and into the music.
As one of very good musicians told me, you have to feel extremely lonely. Like when you're on stage, you're totally lonely. Then you have nothing to be nervous about. And that advice was always, ever since, has been the best, even though I get very worried beforehand. But if you get to the point that it's just nothing matters anymore, you're totally lonely and you play, for me, it was, I think, the key why I could succeed.
And do you feel your outlook on music has changed since you've lived in Australia for a long time? Because you did master's and doctoral degrees through Adelaide University, and you're married to an Australian, and you have two little Australians now, offspring.
Of course, changed. It has many things have changed. Whether it's because I've been living in Australia or because I've just gotten older, this is a good question.
Yeah.
Of course, we do constantly, get affected by things. But for sure, I do hear music different way now. And for instance, I'm very glad that I've been on the jury twice of Lev Vlasenko competition before, because I feel much more experienced in hearing now. So I'm not panicking or anything like this. And I do trust myself, I do trust what I hear. And so interesting that every single pianist has completely different sound. It's first thing you notice when
you hear the same piano played 11 times in a row.
We have 3 pianos which rotate, but when a different person comes on the same piano, you hear immediately
their
individuality, their sound. And I would say this is number one point of focus for the jurors. When you hear what type of sound, how big is the color range, right? Amplitude of sounds, of colors, of pianistic techniques, of music making, lightness and ability to take off or to fully concentrate. It all comes, very clearly. Although not all the sides of performance can come straight away, and I think it's good when people keep delivering new and new sides through rounds, something. Oh wow! I didn't know this person could, be this. That's why I think good program is a very important point to show different sides and keep everybody interested through rounds.
Then it's great that the jury has the chance to hear all 32
Exactly, yeah.
twice before having
That's
to decide.
fantastic point because some people get very nervous, and
Yes.
some of the greatest pianists were nervous to start the concert. Sofronitsky was famous for saying, "Oh, first word goes under the piano." It's like, get rid of it, and then so it's fantastic that everybody gets to play twice, because if something is not that well first time, you have another chance.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's the ultimate rule for any competition. Everybody has to play twice before any elimination.
We often hear mention of the Russian school of piano playing. To me, I mean, there's about 83 schools of Russian piano playing, But are there any things that you identify as particularly focused on in your background anyway in Russia?
We're talking about how many different Russias as well. Russian school of Rachmaninoff time is one Russian school. Russian school of Neuhaus and Gilels Richter time is different Russian school. The Russian school nowadays, it's again something different, right? I think I would talk more, I don't know, in my opinion, it's more about the professor school. Like school of Professor Igumnov, school of Professor Neuhaus, school of Professor, I don't know, Flier, whoever, Gilels. Especially nowadays when the world is so
global.
Quick, global. To say this is particularly Russian school, I am not sure. It's very difficult question. But what I can say, Russian school does have good theoretical knowledge. It is something sometimes I miss, teaching, and you understand. This person doesn't understand harmony, doesn't know the harmony. So you would, it especially shows if somebody forgets, we all forget, and it's absolutely normal. It's not about how you forget, it's about how you recover.
That's true.
And the person who understands, it at least would go into emergency mode and find a harmonic, some sketch. A person who doesn't know harmony usually goes completely blank. And so harmony, theoretical base, would be a strong point of Russian school, I would say. In terms of playing piano, as I mentioned, there's so many different schools.
Is there anything you've identified as particularly Australian in music making?
Freedom.
Lovely.
I would say freedom, because people are more free sometimes. I mean, again, we can look at it both positive and negative way. Like, it's a common understanding. Russian school, very strong, strong playing. Again, it depends on who exactly is playing, but it can be positive, and sometimes it can be negative aspect when people just are very strong. Same with Australian. People are very free to do what they want to do. It comes from,
the whole culture.
Yeah, and it can be very positive because it's free. It can be negative because sometimes misses structure. But everybody is so individual. It's hard to tell this is one school, this is another school.
Yeah. Well, we have 32 different schools to consider.
Exactly.
Yeah, 32
different individualities.
Yes. And that's what I love about this competition too, that there's room for a lot of different ideas. I don't want one sort of player.
Yeah. And I love that the programs are so different. So you can hear everybody at their best as well.
What
that
they
makes it
identify with.
Not like we have listened already 28. We have.
Yes, we're on the second day of the preliminaries. So
yeah, and exactly. And I'm not feeling tired.
That's wonderful.
Because it's not 20 times you hear the same Chopin etude. 20 times you hear.
Yeah.
Here's so much wonderful music.
Well, we're talking before the last session of the second day of the preliminaries of the first round. So
how fresh we are.
But we've got to go and listen. So thank you so much for talking, Konstantin.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be in the jury, and lovely to talk, and wishing everybody good luck whoever participates, not just here, but in other competitions too. Thank you.
Who's your favourite performer in this year's competition? Let us know by voting in the Rex Hopcroft People's Choice Award, proudly sponsored by Kauai. Voting opens at 10:20 p.m. on Friday the 7th of July after all 32 competitors have played in round 1 of the preliminaries. You can only vote once, so make it count. Voting closes at 5 p.m. on Saturday the 22nd of July. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pianoplas.com.au.
Hello, I'm Piers Lane. I'm the Artistic Director and the non-voting Chair of the jury of the Sydney International Piano Competition. And now it's my great pleasure to talk with one of the eminent jurors, Alexander Gavrilyuk.
Hello.
Hello.
Great to be here.
Sasha, it's wonderful to have you here
Thank
too.
you.
And I think I'd like to know more about Sasha's life because we're both Australians, but he's had a very extraordinary life really for somebody still under the age of 40. And I think it'd be great to hear him tell his life from the very beginning, because I know he started the piano early and then his life took an extraordinary turn, or several extraordinary turns. No?
Well, yes, I think there's such a thing as once you start moving, you can never stop. You
Right.
move to another country and you think, well, I've been here for too long, so time for another move. Well, so yes, I ended up moving from Ukraine at the age of 13 to Australia. I had a scholarship here to study, first at St. Andrew's Cathedral School, which is just around the corner here.
In Sydney?
Sydney, and later the Institute of Music in Sydney.
And before you left Ukraine, what had been happening to you?
Well, my parents thought singing in the choir would be a good idea for me at first. So the special music school in Kharkiv in Ukraine was where I ended up at the age of 7, singing in the choir and simultaneously starting my piano lessons as well. And somehow piano took over after a couple of years.
Did you have a wonderful teacher, or just your talent was emerging?
Well, the whole system there was very Soviet orientated at the time. It was back so many years, I don't even know how many at this stage, but the practicing structure was very tough for someone who is 7 and 8 years old. So you were kind of expected to straight away be very serious with your approach and very dedicated and disciplined.
How many were in the same boat as you?
I guess all the students had similar requirements.
And were there half a dozen or 2 dozen? Or?
I would say yes, maybe 20 or so.
Okay, so a lot of practice going on.
A lot of music, a lot of piano sounds around. And I started concertizing from the age of 9, actually.
Wow.
First
concert. Can you remember what you played?
Bach Concerto in F minor was the first concert in Ivano-Frankivsk in the West Ukraine. And I still remember how I got a box of toy cars as my concert fee. And it was the best feeling in the world. Oh, this piano playing business is not so bad after all, So that was nice.
I'm sure it could be organized. I'm sure promoters would like to give you a box of cars instead of your present fee.
Yes. Yeah, but it was a nice introduction to the stage, playing with an orchestra and feeling this incredible sort of new collaborative kind of joy. You know, it was really nice.
And wonderful to have that experience as something natural to do already at the age of 9,
Yeah.
considering your later life. You know,
That's
I
right.
think some of the competitors we hear possibly have not played a concerto before at a, you know,
Yeah.
quite an advanced age, and it's more forbidding to do it later on if it's part of your growing up. It's
That's right.
wonderful.
Yeah. I think it kind of opens you up to the idea that you're not alone, because pianists, we're always in a practice room by ourselves, and I think it's so nice to play chamber music, so nice to play with an orchestra if you can, you know, just to experience the exchange of energy, the exchange of thoughts and feelings, and it makes for a lot of inspiration, I think.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so from the age of 9, you had 4 years before you left your home country.
Right. Yes.
What happened in those years? Just more of the same?
More of the same, just really busy practice hours every day. I will never forget my finals at the Horowitz competition when I was 11 or 12. And I practiced the whole night before the finals, playing Mozart concerto.
Honestly.
Yeah, and then I had a memory lapse in the first moment.
You're too tired.
Too tired.
Oh, dear.
And we stopped, and the whole orchestra stopped for a moment. It was a moment of those, you know, nightmares that we all
Yes.
have.
Yes.
And and I managed to remember where I went wrong, and the orchestra picked up, and the conductor had no choice but to go along.
And the Horowitz competition, I just judged that actually a few months ago in Geneva this
Right.
year. And was it originally for younger people, or were you just extraordinary at the age of 11?
They had
competing?
age categories.
I see.
They had, I think, 3 age categories at the time.
Right.
I don't know how it's structured these days, but
Yes.
yeah, I've competed twice. So that time I got a second prize, the next time a first, and this was a nice introduction to the international experience, because since then I took some trips to the US and some European trips, which suddenly opened a whole new world to me at that stage.
Yes, I think it's very important that people go into smaller international competitions, just feel
Yeah.
out that
Yeah.
huge stamina necessary, and
Oh, absolutely.
pacing yourselves and getting the repertoire.
Yeah.
It's wonderful in Australia that many of the Australians who've got into the Sydney International Piano Competition the last few years, including this year, have been people who've won the Lev Vlasenko competition in Brisbane.
Yeah.
And that was started by Natasha Vlasenko and her
course.
husband
Yes,
Oleg
yes,
Stepanov.
yes.
And of course,
Good friends,
Natasha's
yeah.
father was one of the great professors of the Moscow Conservatoire.
yeah.
And it was actually his idea that Australians should have such a competition to prepare them for the international
Fantastic idea,
stage.
absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
it obviously is working.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, exactly.
So you're 13 and you were separated from your family more or less.
Yes, I got a scholarship offer from Sydney
Yeah.
at the time, and so I moved together with a bunch of students and a piano teacher. Lived all together until the age of 18.
How did that feel?
Felt... Oh gosh, no, all the memories come back.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean...
It's the other side of the world. It must have seemed like Mars to a little boy from Ukraine, you know?
Yeah, a combination of terror, excitement,
Yes.
Curiosity.
Did you speak English at that stage?
I did not. I came here and started my ESL language at the school, at the St. Andrews School, which was exciting. I got some friends here, a cellist and a violinist, Daniel and Tracy, and we started playing together, and therefore we started chatting, and so my English started developing at the place, which was nice. And yeah, I mean, coming from Ukraine to Australia was like coming to another planet. You know,
Absolutely.
I mean, what an amazing place! What an amazing impression it gave me straight away.
Did you stop practicing quite as much?
I did. I thought, oh, wait a minute. There's another way. There's another way. No, it was a wonderful realization after some time of spending in Sydney of the inner freedom and the freedom of individuality, freedom of choice, freedom of expression. All those things came into full gloom here somehow, you know.
Full gloom or full bloom?
Full bloom, sorry, the gloom. That's a bloom, yes. Well. And yeah, and I think that played a really important role for my forming as a pianist, as a musician. So
it's
finding,
impossible to know, but presumably you are a different musician than you would have been had you stayed
I'm sure,
in Kieran.
I'm sure,
It's
I'm sure.
impossible to know. But so here, how did you progress? When did you? Because you won some big competitions quite early on.
Yeah, that was very helpful. I think it gave me the experience, mental and psychological experience that I needed to form a relationship with concert stage. I think it was important to, from the early age, I went to the Hamamatsu competition at 16. I was the youngest competitor there.
Yeah.
And that was a very useful and very, fulfilling experience because it exposed me to a big stage and a big repertoire, big programs, and was followed by this insane Japanese tour where there was 27 concerts in a matter of 31 days. For a 16 or 17.
Probably just as well you were only 16.
Right. And so that was quite something, but it was really a sort of, it gave me maybe a thicker skin or so.
Yes.
In terms of the
and
endurance.
presumably also laid the foundation for a big career in Japan later. You made contacts early on. They knew your name early on.
Yeah, that's right.
It's amazing. That's one of the great advantages of getting a major prize, I suppose.
Yes, exactly. And so that was the beginning of a very, very nice and warm relationship with Japan, which continues to this day.
Then you were living still in Sydney at that stage.
Right. Yeah. And
you had some ghastly accident at some stage, which I'm sure you don't want to really relive, but it was formative as well.
That's right. There were a couple of things that were life-changing actually here. One of them was a car accident which nearly took my life, and at the mercy of an amazing surgeon, Erika Jacobson, I was saved. And so the miracle was that there was no brain damage, because I basically broke half of my skull.
Oof.
And the doctors, I was in coma and so on, and so the doctors didn't have much optimism in terms of my full recovery, which I did have.
Yes.
After all.
You obviously had a very thick skull.
Maybe it's that thick skin experience early on.
Yeah.
But I'm extremely grateful to have been given the second chance, of course, and that intensified my feeling of responsibility towards music making.
Right.
Of course. So I thought, why? And obviously,
it's a very young age to have to think about those things. What am I doing this for? What do I want to do with my life?
Exactly. I was 17 at the time. And I was like, wait a minute. So that means I have some kind of responsibility. Why am I given the second chance? So, so music was an obvious thing, the elephant in the room. So that was a nice kind of beginning of a relationship where music was not just about expressing myself, but about a larger picture. And so reading a few books like the one by Stanislavski about my path in art changed and helped me form that relationship further, because it became much less self-centered and became much more about the idea of music being the one of the best tools we have as humanity to unite ourselves.
Absolutely.
To have that same piece of music, whether it is a nocturne by Chopin or a prelude by Rachmaninoff, present the opportunity for people to feel things in such a similar way, disregarding the immediate differences on the surface, whether they're cultural, religious or any other. And so that
and I think too, in modern life, in the old days, religion was a very big part of people's lives, going to church and that sort of thing, which doesn't happen now. I think people get that feeling of unification at football matches, in discos and so on. But music is one of the most supreme unifiers, isn't it? And bringing us together.
In a way, the best diplomacy tool we have. Something that's... It is able to achieve what politicians struggle with achieving. So,
Yes, and I wish they would help us more realize that we have something that we can help them with. But
Exactly.
And so, after that was 17. Where did you go from there?
Well, next step for me was the Rubinstein competition, and at that stage I already had quite a schedule already with concerts in Europe and US and in Japan, Korea, and so it was a further step, and it was a really, really nice, gratifying experience in Israel. that exposed me to some incredible musicians, including Nikolai Petrov at the time, who was in the jury. And so he invited me further to Moscow at the time, and I started this relationship with the stage there as well. This was when the world was a better place, of course, back in the day, which is different now. But back then it was very special to me because I gained a lot from the cultural experience from the lessons I had at the time and so on. So it was the next kind of stage, moving from Australia to Europe.
Yeah.
I met the love of my life, Zoki. My fiance at the time, we moved from here to Moscow, stayed there for 7 months before moving to Berlin. And living there for 8 years, and then further moving to the Netherlands and living there for 5 years.
Yes, and the Netherlands was more or less, well, not long before COVID.
Right, that's right. Yeah.
Yes, these great centres for music in so many ways. Berlin is such a melting pot as well.
Melting pot of culture. I mean, it has an amazing cultural scene there. All the concerts, all the opera, and
yes,
it was very special being there. And then at the time, I already started playing quite a lot in all the European destinations.
Well, I remember arriving home from a trip somewhere that I'd been doing and turning on the television, and there you were doing your famous now Rachmaninoff 3 at the Proms.
Yes,
and
right.
it was such an extraordinarily revelatory performance.
Oh, thank you.
It's amazing.
Very, very dear, very, very great, humbling kind of experience being there. And of course, the Concertgebouw Orchestra, with whom we played so many times. And, it was sort of this incredible immersion of influences that just lifted you up and just carried you further and further. And then COVID happened.
Yes, and so how has COVID changed your life? Because you have 2 children.
Yes, we have 2 girls, 8 and 11 now, Anna and Olivia. And COVID gave me an opportunity to spend family time at home.
Yeah. Well, for me, it was the first time in my life I'd spent over a year in my own home.
Right.
Same. I got the best tan I'd ever had in my life because we had great weather in England, and I sat outside for breakfast and dinner and worked in the garden.
Wasn't that nice?
Went for walks. I mean, heard birdsong in London. It was amazing. Things that hadn't ever happened, and presumably it was the same for you.
Same for us. We were still in the Netherlands in this beautiful place called Laren. And it's a stunning little charming village where many painters used to live and work. And spending the COVID isolation times there was a real bliss, to be honest.
Yes.
It was nice to be with the girls, with Zoki.
And to not feel that you had to practice for something tomorrow and something in 3 weeks and sometime in 3 months. You could take time out.
You could take time and not feel pressed with the schedule or anything like this. It was really quite unique, actually.
Yes.
Maybe for the first time there was a feeling of just having been in the moment, in the now.
Yes.
That was really, really quite special, actually.
And it's led to you coming back to live in Sydney.
Yeah.
Which is a major thing for an international pianist like you. It's expensive for promoters to fly you from here. It's exhausting for you to fly to Europe regularly and to America and so on. So you've been here now for over a year.
That's right.
Permanently. And how are you finding it?
Well, it has many very, very nice sides, this decision. And, one of them, of course, are the children. Zoki has her family here, her parents and her further family, so she has a strong support network for the children and her own work as well.
Yes.
And the flying is not so bad. I mean,
in a way, it's nice to tuck yourself away and you can't be got at.
Right. It's not as easy to kind of get yourself. Exactly. And it's all right. I mean, the flight times are longer, but we try to group the concerts together in one region of the world and just kind of go there and spend a month or a bit longer, and then have another region for another month and so on. So we just kind of plan it this way.
Yeah. Well,
But Sydney,
I think,
Sydney, love Sydney. You know, we missed, both of us missed it.
Yes.
My wife and I. So it's amazing to be back.
well, I think the whole of Australia is very glad you're back.
Nice.
But anyway, thanks so much
Thank
for
you.
sharing your life. It's
Thank you so
as I said
much.
at the beginning, rather an extraordinary life for somebody who's not even 40 yet. Thanks, Sasha.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Oh, it's such a pleasure.
Spend a weekend of music, food and wine at the historic Blackdown Farm in Bathurst, New South Wales this October. Out West Piano Fest features 2 grand pianos and 5 spectacular concerts curated by international pianist Andre Guggen. Joining him on the stage will be special international guests. An imaginative and stimulating program captures the timeless energy of the old world and revels in the innovative music of the new. Delight in gastronomic offerings from the Central West's best providores. Experience dinner under the stars in the Olive Grove and relax at the long table lunch. Ticket packages on sale now. Did you know that Piano Plus offers a range of benefits through its corporate program? Piano events with world-class performers present unique opportunities for your business through relationship building, entertaining partners, and engaging your staff through cultural immersion. And your support helps champion the musical community of Australia. Piano Plus will collaborate with your organisation and devise a bespoke sponsorship package to meet your brand objectives. Whether it's through interactive activations, branded merchandise or VIP experiences, we will amplify your brand to piano, art and culture lovers around Australia. Contact Piano Plus today and explore how together we can create a memorable and rewarding relationship.
When I won the competition was 1992. I was 24 years old then, and I was very blessed and very lucky to be able to win it. It was a blessing. It was certainly a great moment of my life. As a young pianist, everybody wanted to have a breakthrough in the career. Entering a piano competition certainly will gain a lot of attention and winning a lot of opportunities. After I won the competition in Salt Lake City in 1988, I was wandering around, should I enter another competition? So Sydney Piano Competition entered my vision and became my goal to enhance my artistry. Then the music director, Mr. Warren Thompson, auditioned me in New York, and I won the audition and I got the ticket to Sydney. Actually, I must say, I loved every bit of it. The volunteers, the organization, every round of the competition, it's just like a beautiful stage. It was not a competition at all. I made a lot of friends through competition. I almost went through every competitor's performance even, you know, and certainly we practiced a lot. I enjoy very much to play in the beautiful Sydney Opera House. It was a dream coming true. So after I won the competition, I had a very extensive tour of Australia, and I visited this beautiful and a great country. I must say, this part of the memory stays very strong in my life memories. When I won the Gina Bachauer competition, I was only 19. I mean, that was 4 months after my arrival in the States. I was young and I was vibrant. But after a few years later, when I was winning the competition in Sydney, I was a bit mature. And I studied in the Curtis Institute of Music with Mr. Claude Frank. And then I almost could say I was quite a complete young artist then. But the Sydney piano competition gave me this great opportunity to mature myself and definitely enhance myself into a different state of pianistic artistry. And I must thank for that, really. Immediately after I won the competition, I would embark on a major concert tour in Australia. But apart from that, I had tours in America, Europe, China, my homeland, and also I made a $1 million production of Yellow River piano competitions. And that was the first version of Yellow River on Laserdisc then. And that production won a blockbuster awards worldwide. In 2004, I was very lucky to be invited as a jury member. And a decade ago, I was the competitor, but a decade later, I became a jury. That was fascinating and was certainly very, very unique experience. They were part of jury members were my juries, you know, when I was a competitor. So all of a sudden, we became colleagues. And it was very exciting to be sitting there and watching the young pianists competing. But in the same time, I feel so lucky I didn't have to compete again with this young, talented group of young artists. I remember the old con, the Sydney con, you know, in the old building, because I practiced there so much during the competition. And even after the winning competition, I returned to Australia, I still practice there frequently. And those times really stays in memory deeply.
地球自转一次是一天，那是代表多想你一天。
Over these last 26 years, I try myself best to be a good musician, and I explored different areas. I was a soloist with orchestras, and I also tried to compose music, not just classic music, but pop music as well. I teamed up with Italian Hollywood mega star composer Mr. Giorgio Moroder. We composed a song for China Olympic in 2008 called Forever Friends. And also we made a song in Tibet called 爱你10000年, Love You for Thousands of Years, and sang by a Hong Kong pop star Andy Lau, 刘德华.
飞越时间的曲线，拉近地狱的平面，静静的想念。
And that's a song become a huge success. Even today, still people sing it very often in karaoke's. And also I organize concerts in Hollywood Bowl called Bravo China. It became the biggest overseas concert ever in China history. It was live broadcasted and was performed by all the Chinese classical musicians.
Okay, look, you have an idea.
Mr. Moroder, of course, he is a legend. He is in his late 70s, 80s, early 80s, and he is on the top chart of worldwide top DJ, you know. So when I first got to know him, I was in shock. You know, he's the one actually changed me a lot from my classical music learning background. Before that, I only know Beethoven, Bach, Chopin, Liszt, Rachmaninoff. But after I got to know him, we met in 1994 in Los Angeles, in Hollywood. And I started to be explored to a new horizon of music. So we're together almost 14 years. We create a lot of different projects. So most remarkable were the one for China Olympic Games, also for the World Expo in Shenyang. You know, we also created a theme song for it called The Harmonious Garden. And Mr. Moroder was a very kind, very nice person. I mean, he is full of curiosity about everything, and we spend an unforgettable time together. Yes, so I really thankful, you know, this collaboration and a friendship, and he is a great teacher and a great friend. I've been very lucky, not just, you know, grew up as a musician myself, but also being able to bring the younger generation to guide them through, you know, on the way of music growing. So it's a great joy, actually, I must say. Even today, I try my best to bring music to children's hospitals in Shanghai, and to introduce music to all the groups of people, you know, whoever they need it. In every means, in every possible ways, I try to promote music to people's daily life, and inviting people to listen to music, to not just for fun, but help them to get into musical therapies, you know. So that's a long way to go. Life is too short, and there are a lot of beautiful things to pursue. So I just think, you know, I'm chosen to be a musician, to be a pianist, to be an artist, and also it's my mission to spread out the good message of music to as many people as possible. When I first decided to return to China from the States after, you know, I graduated from the Curtis Institute of Music, the main reason was try my best to bring my own know-how to my motherland, to China, and to introduce music and the piano to more people. And I had this ambition, had this plan, and it flourished. It was a good timing because everything was just falling into places. And when we first started, it was just a music center, but it turned into music kindergartens. Later on, it turned into a music college. So we had a music kindergartens, music college, and the music centers in the same time. So 8 years after I established the organization, we already became a kind of quite an organization. It was quite gigantic, actually. I had almost 1,500 teachers working for me in the same time, and we operated in 7 different cities across the country, including Hong Kong and Macau. With the internet developed in the whole world, everything in a drastic change. How we look at piano, how we listen to music, how we teach music, and how we create music, everything is different now. So I love the new era, and I love all the new technology. So I'm looking forward to establish some online music organization and continue my music dream, So apart from performing, giving lectures to the public, creating music also become a big part of my interest right now. And not only doing improvisation, creating music on piano, but also compose, electronic music and digital music as well. Many people will say classical music is such a wonderful thing and not necessarily can blend into digital music. I think that's kind of wrong and odd, because music is the same family. Classical music is just one style of it. I always look into interesting projects for myself, not just music, but multimedia, and not just on piano, but beyond, As a musician myself, I never limit myself into a certain kind of flavor. I mean, even I'm a classical music trained, but because I feel more suitable to listen to pop music when I walking every single morning, when I do exercise. Classical music is good, but jazz is even better. Listen to all kinds of music. It's like you welcome all kinds of different nutrition or food. Yeah. Limit yourself to a certain kind of a flavor. It's good, but you should welcome to more different kinds of flavor, because the world is so big. The music world is so unlimited. But I think imagination grows up with your age, and it definitely grows up with your life experience. Enrich your life experience is a beautiful thing. Only so you can gain more inspirations. So as an artist, your artistic life cannot be flourished without any inspiration. And the good inspiration cannot be happened without any life experience. I never really think performing and teaching are two different things. Sometimes when I teach, giving master class or teach students, I don't feel I'm a teacher. I feel I'm a student, and the students are teaching me. Because by teaching them, I can learn more. Sometimes when I feel whatever I say to them are exactly words I should say to myself. So I always look in different ways, and I think teaching experience definitely enrich an artist immensely. So my slogan is music is love, and learning music is learning to love. Everybody is a natural born musician and an artist. And also, I say to everyone, music is a language of soul. Modern music education is very much needed. You know, recently the Berkeley Conservatory of Music in Boston teamed up with Shanghai Conservatory of Music, become a new education explored and experience. Berkeley College of Music has more Chinese faces now. It's great because only contemporary music education can turn music into any industry. In China and overall everywhere actually, music is very much needed. This language is universal. It's the only universal language. You know, whenever you travel, you sing a song, sing a melody to the people you don't know, you immediately make friends with them. You connect it. When you sing a sad song, people won't be happy. When you perform happily, people won't be sad. So music is a connect all of our hearts. You know, without music, this world will be so lonely. I love to make my audience not just happy, but heart-haunting, and I want to make them feel really mesmerizing and feel dream could be just touchable. And sometimes artist is like a magician. We can turn reality into a beautiful dream. And that's why people love artists, because when we perform, when we create art, we certainly can bring people to a total different of space. I feel I'm a music missionary. I take music as a mission. People ask me, do I believe in Buddha or God? I say yes or no. But I think my religion is music. You know, because music is so pure, and music is definitely divine. And of course, I feel more comfortable to be the servant of music. Any success has to be really, from the parents. My mother was not just my mentor for piano, but also mentor for my life. She taught me a lot of things. And still today, we just, we live door to door. That's the luckiest thing in my life. When I open my door, I can yell to my mother, and I can go there for mom's home cooking. I still can enjoy that big fortune, and I'm very blessed. She taught me to be an honest person, and also she taught me to be tough and don't quit anything easily. My mother always tell me, you have to make the money that you can sleep with. You cannot do things make you sleep less. So these words stays in my heart all the time. Yes, only honesty can create true art. I remember I had 6 piano teachers when I was young, and my mother would make clothes for each of them, in in exchange of the piano lessons, I've been really blessed all my life with good guidance. Each of them have guided me through and taught me great knowledge, not just music, but life. Well, there are lots of them. I mean, each musician I collaborate with, each teacher I study with, each colleague I work with, they are all inspirational. Not just classical music, but different art. For example, cartoonists, I have cartoonist friends, I have Hollywood friends, scientists, novelists, all kinds of different friends. They give me very different aspect of life, inspiration.
Well, we're here to meet the people as much as to play, and it is less a concert tour than a how do you do. It's more a how do you do, using music as a sort of passport.
In June 1979, Isaac Stern and his family visited China as guests of the government for 3 weeks at the special invitation of Foreign Minister Wang Hua. Everywhere he traveled, Isaac Stern found a warm reception for him and renewed interest in Western music.
Well, actually, that was 1979, and Mr. Isaac Stern was the first Western artist to visit China. And he brought a TV crew, and they made a film documentary. Later on, they named it, it's called From Mozart to Mozart. And I was very lucky to be, part of it. I didn't know that film became such a huge hit until later on, after my arrival in the States. Everybody said, "Oh, we saw the film documentary. It's famous because of Academy winning and all that."
The party and the government has the intention to modernize our country in every aspect, and music is no exception.
I met Mr. Stern again in the States, and he gave me a lot of good advice, and certainly gave me a lot of help as well. He was a great influence, actually, to not just me, but to a whole generation of young artists.
Every time you take up the instrument, you are making a statement, your statement. And it must be a statement of faith that you believe this is the way you want to speak. That music can say more than words. That music can mean more. That without music we are not alive.
And certainly his documentary has shown the Western world, all these Chinese young talents. And all my classmates are doing very well these days. They are performing everywhere and become, wonderful artists, yes. China is a big country. Still, we have a lot of people don't know much about music. So that's my mission. I feel very strongly underneath my heart. That's why I wanted to return to China after I studied in the States, after I won the competition in Sydney. I feel I should to dedicate my life to this hometown, to this native land. Being in China for almost 20 years now, I feel we have achieved a great deal economically growth, but music-wise, we still have a long way to go. I want to make China more musical. I want to make this city more musical. Music not only can enrich our lives, but can heal our wounds in our hearts. Music can connect people's hearts and understanding. Music can become a legacy of a life, unforgettable memories. Singing competition became the milestone of my piano career so far. And I want to say all the young artists, I said, you should look into this competition, not only because this is competition, this is actually beyond, your imagination. If you can be part of it, you might be able to embark a good career. For the upcoming young winners and a young generation of artists, it's important to play your heart out, to keep playing, because life is so short. Make every experience unique, to make every performance the best you can, and play your heart out, and just keep playing, and just follow your heart. I want to use all my life to glorify music, and through music to brighten people's lives, to bring people joy. I'm very, very blessed and thankful, to be a musician, to be a pianist in this life.
地球自转一次是一天，那是代表多想你一天。真善美的爱恋，没有自限，也没有缺陷。地球公转一次是。
Hello and welcome back to the live broadcast, coming to you from the Sydney 2023 International Piano Competition. And joining me now for a little chat is none other than Sophia Bay. Thank you very much for finding some time to talk to me. Yeah?
Thank you so much for having me today.
You're most welcome. You're all of 10 years of old.
Yeah.
Yes, wow. And how long have you been playing the piano?
I started playing the piano when I was around 4.5 years old. And I started playing the piano because of my older sister. Since she plays the violin, I thought that I would try to play an instrument as well. And then my parents and I, we all decided on playing the piano so that when we get older, we could start doing some duets together.
Ah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah. Siblings duets. And that hasn't happened up till now, but it possibly sometime soon. Yeah? It's great. So why did you like the piano in the first place?
I just love how much, like how the sound is just so nice, and I love how much expressions that you can provide in the piano while you do it. For instance, like happy, sad, or angry. And like I also love how big the range is with the piano, where you can play like really clear, crystally top notes with your right hand, and you play like really loud, boomy left hand. And I just love how big the contrast is. And also, I also like how you can play the piano with all 10 fingers and 2 feet.
You play pieces with 2 feet? Yes. Oh, I take it you mean pedals, right? Yes. Yes. I'm trying to imagine you with your feet there also playing. Be a little bit difficult, wouldn't it? Yes, indeed. So tell me, you said happy and sad and angry and all sorts of things. 2 of the pieces you played some Mozart for us, yeah? And you played some Liszt for us. So tell us where in those pieces do you find them, what do you think the Mozart is? The Mozart happy or is it?
The Mozart is very like cheerful and like joyful at the beginning, and then in the development it gets a bit like gloomy, and then in the resurrection it just gets like really happy again.
Oh, right. That's a good sort of piece, isn't it? Yeah. That's good, like a little story in itself. But what about the Liszt?
The Liszt, it's like very like jumpy, and like you're skipping down like a hill or something. And I've got a story for the Liszt as well that we made up. It's about like these gnomes, and they're like dancing in their mushroom houses, and then like suddenly a witch comes, and then she's just roaming around their area. And then,
You're making me quite frightened, Sophia.
And then at the end, the characters just end up killing and fighting away the witch, and then they start dancing again.
So good reigns over evil. Yeah, very good. That's a very nice story. Yeah. Wow. So tell us about you. And you've been all over the place. You've traveled all over the world and won some little competitions and things, haven't you? Not little competitions, but big competitions. What's it like traveling in a big plane and then playing the piano for all sorts of people all around the place?
Most of the time I don't go anywhere. I just do videos and just send it there.
See.
But whenever I just sit down, I feel like I'm just blocking everyone out of my out of the audience, and I'm just in my zone when I start playing, and I feel like I'm just gonna do what I have to do.
Wow, that's pretty amazing, isn't it? That's really incredible. You must have a very special teacher.
Yes.
Yes, he or she must be very inspirational and do all sorts of things. Who is it?
My teacher right now is Natalia Ritchie, and I've been learning from her for about over 3 years now.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah. You must think up these stories together sometimes, do you? So go home and make up a story there, Sophia.
Yeah.
Yes? Yeah? You come back and you have a little chat about the piece and then play it together.
Yeah.
How lovely is that? How much do you practice? I mean, do you like practicing?
Yeah.
It's just you and me. Yeah?
I really enjoy practicing.
You do?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
At home. I usually practice around 2 to 3 hours, and I always try to fit in as much as practice that I can into my every time that I can actually play, and yeah.
That's pretty nice. Yeah, that's lovely. Do you have favourite composers you like to play?
Yes, my favourite composer right now is Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, and I love that he's composing the most, because I love just how his music is just so friendly and cheerful and joyous, but there's still a lot of emotion and colours in it as well.
No, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And of course, he was just a little person when he started playing.
Yeah.
He was playing all over the place. Little Wolfgang Amadeus would come in and play for all the aristocracy and all sorts of different people, and probably did a bit like you, just sort of concentrated on his piece as he was playing it. It's been so lovely to meet you today, Sophia Bay. Really lovely, and great to hear you practicing so well and playing so well. And I wish you all the best for the future in lots of happy music making.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
a
you
lot.
for your time today.
Oh, you're most welcome. And you are, of course, listening to the live broadcast coming from the 2023 Sydney International Piano Competition.
Did you know that Piano Plus offers a range of benefits through its corporate program? Piano events with world-class performers present unique opportunities for your business through relationship building, entertaining partners, and engaging your staff through cultural immersion. And your support helps champion the musical community of Australia. Piano Plus will collaborate with your organisation and devise a bespoke sponsorship package to meet your brand objectives. Whether it's through interactive activations, branded merchandise or VIP experiences, we will amplify your brand to piano, art and culture lovers around Australia. Contact Piano Plus today and explore how together we can create a memorable and rewarding relationship.
And this is a live broadcast of the Sydney International Piano Competition 2023. And of course, at an event like this one, you've always got a lot of people backstage doing all sorts of things to make sure that this competition runs smoothly. And two of those are joining me now here for a little chat. It's Janice and Elin. Thank you so much for finding some time to talk to me. You, of course, have been making sure that all of the contestants get food and taken care of and they get on stage on time and stuff. Janice, you've been doing this for quite a long time.
Yes, I first did it in 1996.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
I came as a volunteer, like you here, filled in my form and said I was happy to volunteer to do it. I was placed in the jury room.
Wow.
And then a bit after that, I became a member of the Council of the Friends.
Right.
And then from then on, I've done every one since. Always I went into with Judy Hunt, with the competitors' green room.
Mm-hmm.
And so when she retired in 12...
You took over?
Yes.
Ah, that's lovely. And I mean, there must be lots of stories about these young competitors.
Yes.
I mean, let's face it, they're all away from home.
Mm.
They've got an incredible task ahead of them to play and perform. And they need someone to talk to, like us all.
Yes.
But especially when you're under a lot of pressure and stuff like
That's
that. So
right,
they probably come to you for a bit of a chat, I take it?
Some of them are very shy. I think that's also to do with language as well, and they're nervous. And others are much more outgoing, but eventually they all do have a chat by the end of it.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Yes.
Elin, what about yourself? You know, are you a big music fan?
In kinds of like, I'm not really like a big fan for the classic music, but I'm trying to have more new experience for learning more music types. And it was really fun.
Well, it's a good place to do that, you know. So what do you get out of it by being here and, you know, volunteering and helping?
Yes, like this is my first time like studying to working in the backstage to help all the competitors. They've been running all to their practice room and also doing the program solving roles and everything. Kind of like having fun, yeah.
That's rather nice. For you, of course, it's the best part of 30 years. You must have some stories to tell every year.
Professional.
Yes, a professional, yes. A professional volunteer.
Yes. Yes, but you know, they're all very, this competition, we had a great story with one of them. He came in, one of the younger ones, and he had cufflinks the first time and asked us how to put them on. The second time he came in, he said, I've left my cufflinks at home and was in a terrible state. What to do? So I had my friend helping me with Louise, and between us, Louise doing it, we cut up a tea bag string because it was white, and we tied his shirt together with a tea bag string.
That's a wonderful story.
And he was really happy. I think we're his friend for life because he was so happy because, you know, his shirt sleeves were quite all right.
I guess there's also other stories, though. Some of them get quite upset after they've performed, and you probably have to, you know, step in a little bit and give a little bit of, you know, care.
Yes. Some of them, you know, they all think they haven't played well.
Okay, that's interesting.
They all think, some think worse than others, but they all have a thought that, oh, well, I could have done better. So they all think that. Every single one of them thinks, I could have done better.
Yet I'm sure you give them a cup of tea, a little bit of hospitality, sort of comfort them, chat to them.
Well, you know, they don't actually, yes, we do, but most of them sort of are quite happy, and they like to go away and think about it themselves after they've been there.
Yeah, of course, and you know, it helps them get the strength up to go and come back and then perform some
probably
more.
the night, some of them, I would think they don't sleep very well at night because they keep going over the things they made a mistake on, which nobody probably heard anyway.
There you go. Almost 30 years doing this, of course. What would you say you get out of this? You know, if there was someone out there that was thinking of perhaps volunteering, because there are other events like this. There's an event like this in Orange coming up where they'll be looking for volunteers, and of course the Sydney competition comes around quicker than we think. Of course, it's not that far away, 3 years away. And they're always looking for volunteers. What would you say you got out of it, and what could people perhaps think about if they were going to volunteer?
Well, I love doing it. I enjoy the competitors, looking after them, because they're all sort of like young like my children ages or grandchildren ages, and I just like looking after them and preparing the food and making sure they're in a happy environment, and that the green room is there for them all to meet and talk, which they do around the table and laugh and joke. And so much so that the competitors who were eliminated in the preliminaries, some of them are still coming back. Because they come back and meet and talk and sit around.
Oh, isn't that nice?
So it just makes a home, sort of makes them feel homely. You know, there's comments that this is one of the best green rooms in the world. The whole competition is, because they feel that, you know, I've had a couple of them say, oh, you should see, we're not really invited into a green room. You get enough time just to get a cup of coffee and go. It's not really where you sit.
No.
And enjoy yourself.
So good Aussie hospitality there.
And this is a great venue because we have outside with the, we go outside on the grass of the Botanical Gardens, and our room looks over the harbour to Port Denison.
Oh, how wonderful is that?
So they have a lovely room.
And what about you, for, you know, for other people that might be wanting to join the volunteers, what would you suggest their, you know, what their reason might be and what you've got out of it?
Yes, I've been know a lot of volunteers like me. We're in the uni studying, and we want to like having more experience. Especially they're like students. They are studying music, and they will be really willing to learn something, to work with music as well.
Of course, there are some benefits. You get tickets to concerts too, don't you?
Yes, exactly.
We should mention that as well.
Yes.
So that works out as well. So if you want to hear good concerts and, you know, find a way of doing this, get to meet people, you know, support young artists, get to hear some lovely concerts. It sounds pretty good to me.
And it is a really good way to like talk to the competitors. If they really have someone they pick, if they really love some pianists, they can talk to face.
Wow, that's pretty special, isn't it?
Yes.
So, wonderful. Thank you so much, both of you, for all you do already for all of these young artists and supporting them and helping them backstage and, you know, making them feel, you know, a little bit like a home away from home when they've got a lot to do. And thank you for talking to me today, Janice and Eileen. And this, of course, has been the live broadcast from the Sydney International Piano Competition 2023.
Club 32 is an inspired group of donors that support the 32 exceptional young pianists that compete in Sydney every 3 years. Club 32 builds long-lasting relationships between people who are passionate about supporting extraordinary talent and artists on the cusp of a successful concert career. It provides a practical, powerful and enjoyable way to support young artists compete at their best. To learn more about joining Club 32 for the next Sydney International Piano Competition, visit pianoplus.com.au.
My inspiration of music making comes from everywhere. For example, I love traveling, and whenever that I go to a new place, I'm inspired by their food, their street view, their culture, their language, and that's why I'm so excited to come to Sydney in July, that I go on the plane for 24 hours and then I land on a continent that I've never been to. That's gonna change my music making for sure. And also I think the audience inspired me a lot because they're the receiver of the great music that the composer created, and then I'm the person who connects them. And if there's no listener, then there's no point of sharing the music, right? It's always been a tricky task to pick one favorite composer because there are so many unique composers and they're all special. But if I had to pick one, I would say Rachmaninoff. Also this year is his 150 years anniversary, so happy 150 Rachmaninoff. I'm so much looking forward to celebrate his 150th birth by presenting a lot of his work in this competition. There are many things that one can hope to get out from a competition. The preparation or the concentration that you need in order to prepare for such a huge repertoire. I want to get the experience that I need to help and boost my career that I already have. And meanwhile, I would love to make friends with my colleagues, aka the other competitors. Thank you so much for sitting through this interview and getting to know more about me. I hope this interview has brought you some good time and put a big smile on your face.
Spend a weekend of music, food and wine at the historic Blackdown Farm in Bathurst, New South Wales this October. Out West Piano Fest features 2 grand pianos and 5 spectacular concerts curated by international pianist Andre Guggen. Joining him on the stage will be special international guests. An imaginative and stimulating program captures the timeless energy of the old world and revels in the innovative music of the new. Delight in gastronomic offerings from the Central West's best providores. Experience dinner under the stars in the Olive Grove and relax at the long table lunch. Ticket packages on sale now.
My name is Ruben Sang and I'm currently 19 years old. I was born and raised in Cairns, far north Queensland, but now I'm currently living in Brisbane where I study music at the Queensland Conservatorium. Firstly, it feels really amazing to be selected as a participant in this year's competition. This goes back to 2016 when I was first selected as an Australian showcase performer. Ever since then, I really wanted to be a part of this big Sydney International Piano Competition, and my dream has finally come true. My favorite genre is music from the Romantic era, especially Frédéric Chopin. I grew up listening to a lot of his music on CDs, like we put it on during the car and listen on my way to school, and yeah, it really developed a passion for music within me. My number one inspiration is my teacher, Natasha Vlasenko. She has inspired me to take on these big opportunities. Also, as a pianist, I look up to Yuliana Avdiva, winner of the Chopin International Piano Competition in 2010. There's something about her playing that really touches the soul and keeps us at the edge of our seats. And yeah, that's something I'm looking for always in my playing. As an artist, I think I still have lots to learn and explore in music, but in this competition, I'm very excited to share what I've discovered so far. So in terms of the repertoire I chose, there were a lot of pieces that I was currently learning, so I thought I would use those in the competition, but I also wanted to share some of the compositions that I found along the way that are underappreciated. I thought this would be such a good experience for me. And I'm looking forward to having some feedback from jury members just to further develop my perception of music as well. My vision for the future is hopefully to be doing a lot of performances, not only as a soloist, but also as a chamber musician and to perform with many orchestras. I also do a bit of teaching right now, and I'm finding that very enjoyable and helpful in discovering a lot of things in music. Thank you to everyone out there that is supporting me. I hope you enjoy my performance a lot. These are some of my beloved pieces of music, and yeah, I'm very excited to share this with everyone.
Did you know that Piano Plus offers a range of benefits through its corporate program? Piano events with world-class performers present unique opportunities for your business through relationship building, entertaining partners, and engaging your staff through cultural immersion. And your support helps champion the musical community of Australia. Piano Plus will collaborate with your organisation and devise a bespoke sponsorship package to meet your brand objectives. Whether it's through interactive activations, branded merchandise or VIP experiences, we will amplify your brand to piano, art and culture lovers around Australia. Contact Piano Plus today and explore how together we can create a memorable and rewarding relationship.
Good evening. Welcome back to the Sydney International Piano Competition and to the final session of our semi-final chamber music round. Just 3 more competitors to hear tonight before the jury will retire to determine who goes forward to the finals next week. We're going to reconvene in this room at 10 p.m. this evening to hear Artistic Director Piers Lane read out the names of the 6 finalists. Before we hear from our first semi-finalist tonight, though, we're going to have an Australian showcase performer, as we have done throughout the competition to date. This evening, we're going to have perform for us Louise Turnbull. Louise is an 18-year-old violinist who this year commenced studying with the Australian National Academy of Music in Melbourne. Louise is a member of the Australian Youth Orchestra and has the rare distinction of being both, in the past, principal viola and concertmaster of the Melbourne Youth Orchestra. Louise is performing this evening with Louisa Breen. Louisa is a professional pianist from Melbourne who has come up to support the program. So Louise and Louisa will perform for us the Nocturne by Szymanowski. Please welcome to the stage Louise Turnbull and Louisa Breen. That was our Australian showcase performer Louise Turnbull with Louisa Breen playing the Nocturne by Szymanowski. In the chamber music round, the competitors are required to prepare both a violin sonata and a cello sonata, as well as a short encore piece to follow. They only found out last Monday evening which of these pieces they would be performing in this round. This evening we're going to hear 2 cello sonatas and 1 violin sonata. And we're delighted to welcome back our 2 esteemed guest artists to support us in the chamber music round, Li Wei Chin and Andrew Haveron. So in this particular round, we're going to hear 3 semi-finalists, 3 different sonatas, and 3 different pianos. We begin with Ruben Sang, who will be playing on the Shigeru Kawai. Ruben is the only Australian pianist to remain in the competition. Originally from Cairns, he is now living in Brisbane and studying at the Queensland Conservatorium of Music. And Ruben was one of the very first young pianists to participate in the competition's Australian Showcase program when it started back in 2016, when he was just 12 years old. Ruben will be performing with Li Wei Chin, and they're going to play Brahms Sonata No. 2 for piano and cello in F major. Please welcome semi-finalist Ruben Sang and cellist Li Wei Chin. And that was semi-finalist Ruben Sang performing with cellist Li Wei Chin, the Brahms Second Sonata for piano and violin in F major, and the exhilarating Spinning Song by David Popper. I thought this might be a good time, while we're just setting up for our next piano, to let you know that next week, from Monday to Wednesday, there will be masterclasses with members of the jury here at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music. These will run Monday to Wednesday from 10 till 12 and then from 1 till 3 p.m. They're free and they're open to the public. They're with students from the Sydney Conservatorium. If you want further details about that, you can find that in the program on page 103 or on our website. Also, to remind you that the finals start Tuesday night next week. Tuesday and Wednesday night at the Sydney Opera House is a chance to hear the 6 finalists playing concertos by Bach, Mozart and Beethoven, and it will be great to have as many of you there as possible. I think we're now ready. Yes, we are ready for our next semi-finalist, and that is Winona Inwo Wong. Winona is a graduate of the Central Conservatory of Music in Beijing and is currently pursuing a master's degree at the Juilliard School in New York. Winona has chosen to play on the Steinway piano tonight, and she will be performing with violinist Andrew Haveron, and they will play for us the Sonata for Violin and Piano in E-flat major by Richard Strauss. Please welcome to the stage semi-finalist Winona Inwo Wong and violinist Andrew Haveron. That was our semi-finalist Winona Inwa Wong and violinist Andrew Haverin performing the Sonata for Violin and Piano in E-flat major by Richard Strauss and that beautiful encore Schön Rosmarin by Fritz Kreisler. We're going to have a 20-minute break and we'll be back for our very final performance of the chamber music round and of the semi-final round in general. See you in 20 minutes.
Who's your favourite performer in this year's competition? Let us know by voting in the Rex Hopcroft People's Choice Award, proudly sponsored by Kauai. Voting opens at 10:20 p.m. on Friday the 7th of July after all 32 competitors have played in round 1 of the preliminaries. You can only vote once, so make it count. Voting closes at 5 p.m. on Saturday the 22nd of July. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pianoplus.com.au.
And this is the live broadcast of the Sydney International Piano Competition 2023. And joining me now is one of the chamber musicians who's going to be joining up with some of the competitors to perform in various pieces. The cellist himself, Li Wei Chin. Thanks so much for finding some time. Really.
Pleasure.
Yeah. I mean, what do you look for when you perform with a pianist and these rather wonderful works of music? You know, how easy does it to find the right chemistry?
It's never easy.
Right.
To start, because obviously, you know, we have very limited time in rehearsing, and personally, we didn't know each other.
Right.
So I didn't know the competitors. So it's about, you know, within a very small time frame to find musical language that we could share in front of audience. And with some of them, we started on similar paths, you know, similar perhaps music background and similar taste in music, but a few others we started quite wide apart and about finding a middle ground. And it's a very interesting scenario where I think in the future for these young pianists, you know, going to chamber music festivals, it's not unlike what we are having right now, because you're meeting people fresh and for the first time, and then you have to find the common ground and the common language, and then in order to present a very convincing performance for the audience. Yeah.
And also very quickly.
That's
you
right.
have to do it in a very short period of
That's
time,
right,
don't
yeah,
you?
yeah.
And these pianists have to jump from one thing to another and be able to read.
And for me also, because there was some doubling up of the same repertoire, so I had to remember what this person needed, the other person wants. You know, that's slightly different. So it's about also for me to be very flexible.
Well, I guess that doubling up happened with the Chopin Sonata, because we are, of course, here with 32 pianists.
That's right.
And they will, of course, choose probably one of the best composers as far as
Chopin,
the most famous composers as far as piano goes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Tell us about that sonata. It's a very special work, isn't it?
Well, it's, you know, Chopin didn't write very much for other instruments, mainly for piano. So we are very lucky as a cellist. Now, often I will say, you know, we are not so lucky. You know, your Beethoven never wrote a cello concerto, Brahms never wrote a cello concerto, but Chopin actually wrote a very profound and very significant, I say, cello sonata for us. And it's not an easy work. It's in 4 movements. Of course, the most famous, if you like, or most memorable movement probably is the 3rd movement. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful, and fantastically balanced work between the 2 instruments. I think for the pianists, it's also challenging in many ways, because having so many notes, but at the same time working with the cellist, you always have to find the dynamical balance, because we're not naturally a very loud instrument, cello. So for them to have all these notes well demonstrated and pronounced, but at the same time have to be aware of the dynamical balance. So it's a good challenge. It's a good competition actually piece for pianists, I think.
It's interesting. Yeah. What does a pianist need to think about when they play with the cello? What do you like to hear? Where do you feel the best supported from a pianist?
It's a very good question. I think, as I said, because our register is very, very kind of middle, like a tenor, baritone type of thing. So naturally, we are not, the sound world is not so bright compared to a violin. So for them to work with a cellist, first of all, I like to see them to be aware of where the melodies are for the cello or where the melodies are for themselves. So they could actually have different layers of expressions between the different instruments. And sometimes, they have to be accompanying me with a very gentle touch, because obviously maybe in my part it's written piano too. And a piano for a cellist in this hall is quite different to a piano for a violinist in that hall, probably. And I always say to them that, to be aware, at least playing chamber music, that your forte in a Chopin cello sonata is a very different forte to a Rachmaninoff piano concerto with the Sydney Symphony Orchestra at the Opera House. It's a different forte. It perhaps it might have a similar character in forte, but the actual dynamical volume is quite different. So to include this chamber music making segment in this competition, I think it's a great touch.
It's imperative, isn't it, that they know both parts, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
They have to know your part back to front as well as their own piano part, right? In order to be able to really to do all of those things.
Absolutely.
Right?
So therefore, when I'm working with them, it is actually pretty obvious if this person has done a lot of chamber music or not. One could get the notes in pretty quickly, but the awareness, and also, all these wonderful pianists, that they have the chops. I mean, the fingers are no problem. But listening is a different game. And how do you listen? How do you react? And how flexible are you? This is something that you could not do it without me being there. They with let's say a Tchaikovsky piano concerto, they could prepare for the last, 10 years. And there's a certain mode, and the conductor more or less will follow you. Whereas for chamber music, and depending on the material, and sometimes I will follow you, but sometimes you have to follow me too. So this type of flexibility actually demonstrates how well a chamber musician you are.
Let's have a look at a couple of the different pieces. We talked, of course, about the Chopin. You said Rachmaninoff, a couple of them have chosen that. Your list had Brahms on there as well. I think a couple of them have chosen that. What about Beethoven? Anybody doing Beethoven?
Nope.
No. Shostakovich?
There's one Shostakovich. Only one person actually chose Rachmaninoff.
Okay.
So we have double Brahms, F major sonata, double Chopin, single Shostakovich, single Rachmaninoff.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting choice, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I didn't expect that. I mean, it's actually just before this competition, I was doing a recital in Eucharia in Adelaide, and I put in Chopin and Mendelssohn, and then Mendelssohn's in the list.
Yes,
as too.
Yeah,
it's on my
right.
list. But nobody chose the Mendelssohn, so so I was hoping that that run through in Eucharia would have helped, but anyway, nobody chose it. But it's fine. It's fine.
Well, Rachmaninoff is rather nice. What are the big things the big challenges that face a pianist in that particular piece?
Well, I think it's very similar to Chopin.
Okay.
Because there's so many notes. And a lot of the, for example, with 10 fingers down on the piano with the mezzo piano, as in the volume, to a mezzo piano with me on single bow, single finger on the cello, that's very different. That's very different. So a pianist, we did it yesterday, and Philip did a good job. It's really listen to the material, and really sense the inner pulse and the inner intentions, and hopefully demonstrate that to the audience too. So that comes from a lot of reacting and listening. And I think the Rachmaninoff sonata needs a lot of that, and especially for pianists, it's because there's so much piano repertoire in the Rachmaninoff, world. It's very easy to fall into that mode of Rachmaninoff piano concerto playing.
Okay.
Because this sonata is written basically next to the, I think it's opus 18, 19, next to the second piano concerto.
Second, yeah.
Yeah, so it's very close. So it's so easy. I'm sure they've all played the second piano concerto.
Yes.
So it's very easy to fall into that, that habit of playing the concerto mode because the material is so similar. But it's not.
No.
It's not. So,
Okay.
it's interesting.
And of course, Brahms is in there as well.
Brahms is a little easier in kind of doing the balance.
Right.
But musically, of course, it's late Brahms, so it's very deep and it's very difficult to get, it's not your Rachmaninoff in the way that there are not so many approachable melodies to go for, if you like. There are not so many beauty melodies, although the piece itself is wonderfully beautiful.
Yeah.
But if you come out, with Rachmaninoff, you could actually hum a tune. Whereas a Brahms, is difficult to say I hum a tune out of a Brahms. It's a little bit stingy with beautiful melodies, if you like. But overall, I think it's a magical piece. It's one of my favorites. Actually, I've been playing this piece since I was 14, 15. I did this for my Tchaikovsky competition semi-final. So it's a piece I've lived for a very, very long time.
And you said one person's chosen Shostakovich.
Yes.
Yeah,
which
wow.
I'll be doing soon.
Soon,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, so it's fresh in your mind. How does it vary then, of course, to all of these others? Because Shostakovich and rhythms and harmony and all those different things that he was very, very, very busy with.
Yeah. This is a work, I think Shostakovich, like all his music, you have to be emotionally involved. The material itself is probably not as complex as, say, Brahms in terms of compositional material, but in terms of emotional input, one needs to really devote himself into this piece of music. I mean, for this to work, I think both the pianist and I really have to feel that we are in this world. And also Shostakovich wrote for a lot of silent movies, so it's actually the visual aspect of this work is paramount.
Very, very, very interesting. So many young musicians, and you, of course, you are performing all over the world. All over the world. Well, older. I was going to say that, but all over the world is what I was going to say. But, what sort of role do you think music can play in the world today? We have a world facing a number of serious problems. And, as a musician, what do you think the musician's role is?
Well, I mean, that's a very big question for a very short interview, but I think what I can say is I'm very happy to see so many nationalities represented in this competition. I think whether or not it's this side of the world or the other side of the world, yes, we are more polarized than before, but I think music is a platform. Well, at least this competition has created a platform for all of us to be under the same roof and creating, with a common goal in creating music, in sharing music with the audience, and with this online platform now, it's all over the world. I have fans in China watching yesterday's performances and commenting, and also it's at least for that half an hour, that sonata, I hope people can forget about the flag, about the color, about your opinions about certain political agendas. I think just for the half an hour, let's all sit in the same room, looking at the same goal and sharing the same beauty. Yeah.
What a beautiful way to bring this interview to a close. Li Wei Qing, thank you so much for talking to me. Cellist extraordinaire, and of course a chamber musician who is combining and collaborating with some of the contestants of this year's Sydney International Piano Competition. Thank you for joining the live broadcast.
think it's a good idea to let you know more about me. So let's get started. I enjoy doing reading, not only music theory, not only music knowledge, but also a lot of like history. I still believe that the more reading we do, the more we get, and we can use that knowledge on playing the piano. I love traveling. Well, I want to travel all over the world, not only just by playing the piano, like not only just for having concerts, recitals, events, but like the real travel. Like I want to spend this month in this city, another month in another country. I want to see like how big the world is and like know about all the things if I can. So of course I will keep playing the piano for many years. Two people who I think inspired me quite a lot in my life. The first one was my first professor, Professor Qi Li in China. I knew him when I was 6 years old. He taught me everything, like not only how to play the piano, but how to be a human being actually. He was like my grandfather. The other man who I think inspired me a lot was my second professor, Professor Dmitry Alexiev. He showed me how a person could understand music and to show people like how well he can do it. I hope that you like my playing. I hope that you find something that I would like to tell you, although we are talking maybe different language, but I think music is the language that we can discuss, we can talk about, we can share our stories inside. To my friends, please do not laugh that much while you are looking at this, please. I spend a lot of time on doing this, so okay. I felt already really lucky to be selected to join this fabulous event. Such a beautiful city.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to hear the final performance for the evening. The competition would like to invite everyone who's here this evening to join us in the foyer after this recital for complimentary drinks and nibbles while we wait for the judges to make their deliberation. That will put us in a very receptive frame of mind, I'm sure. Our final performance this evening will be given by Junlin Wu. Junlin is based in China, where he is currently a member of the piano faculty of the Zhejiang Conservatory, and he's a graduate of the Royal College of Music in London. Junlin has chosen to play this evening on the Fazioli piano. And together with cellist Li Wei-chin, they will perform the Sonata in G minor for cello and piano by Frédéric Chopin. Please welcome semi-finalist Junlin Wu and cellist Li Wei-chin. That was semi-finalist Junlin Wu and cellist Li Wei Qin playing the Chopin Cello Sonata and concluding with the Romance of Gabriel Fauré. That concludes our semi-final chamber music round, and it also concludes our sessions here in Verbruggen Hall. Thank you for being such a wonderful and supportive audience during these sessions. It's made it so much more enjoyable and so much more rewarding for our amazingly talented pianists. Please keep the love going next week and come down to the Opera House for the concerto performances. Our jury is now retiring to cast their votes, and we'll be back here at 10 p.m. tonight with Piers Lane, our artistic director, and members of the jury for the announcement of the 6 finalists. I'm heading into the foyer for a glass of wine. Please come and join me. See you there.
Who's your favourite performer in this year's competition? Let us know by voting in the Rex Hopcroft People's Choice Award, proudly sponsored by Kauai. Voting opens at 10:20 p.m. on Friday the 7th of July after all 32 competitors have played in round 1 of the preliminaries. You can only vote once, so make it count. Voting closes at 5 p.m. on Saturday the 22nd of July. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pianoplas.com.au.
Hello and welcome to the live broadcast of the Sydney International Piano Competition 2023. And joining me now is one of the professional musicians who comes in to play chamber music with the various competitors here, none other than the concertmaster of the Sydney Symphony Orchestra, Andrew Haveron. Thank you so much for finding some time, Andrew.
My pleasure.
Yeah, chamber music is not particularly new to you, is it? Having spent all those years in a quartet and all the various aspects of it all, how does it vary for you going from leading an orchestra to performing either, in this case, one-on-one, yeah?
Well, it's one of the things that I find is misunderstood by the music profession at large. Not the music profession, but there is an opinion that there is a big difference between orchestral playing and solo playing and sonata playing and quartet playing and so on. At the end of the day, if with more than one line of music, they have to line up vertically. They have to speak, they have to and make sense on the horizontally, but they also have to align vertically, as if you'd like, looking at a score. And those skills that you develop as a musician apply equally to a Mahler symphony as they do to one single line of Bach. And I see the world as one big bit of chamber music, to be honest. That's who I am. That's how I feel. I'm equally concerned about the second flute part of a symphony being together with the, and communicating in that way as I am, a violin and piano as today, aligning and singing off the same hymn sheet in all sorts of ways, and it's where I'm most comfortable in music, and what I most enjoy about being a musician is, forgive me, but communicating without words, communicating with music. It's one of the joys that we get to experience that other people who don't play music for a living or even for a hobby don't ever get to experience, I think.
Yeah, it's been connected, actually, isn't it, in a very special way, and like you say, without words.
Without any bias or politics or difference of opinion coming into it at all. We just, well, no, there are plenty of differences of opinion, but when you're actually performing the music, that's you know, those disappear somewhat, and you know.
That's very special, and it's of course when you sit down now. Well, you don't sit down; you're standing, of course. But when you come in to work with a pianist, and you start to rehearse with that pianist for the first time, as you do, you haven't met any of these candidates before. So there's not even time for chats, but there's no time for talking, is there?
Not really.
You have to just play.
Yes.
How soon do you know into your rehearsal whether this is going to work with that person or not?
It can vary. Sometimes just saying hello, you know, before we've even played a note, you can just sort of sense that this person is communicative or that they are outgoing, and that's going to be easy. But then some people can take on a different persona through their instrument than through human communication. And so I suppose, you know, that it's not all revealed all at once. Also very much depends on the piece of music. And I'm playing 4 of the sonatas the 6 sonatas that I suggested for the competition.
So what do we got? We got Beethoven, Schubert, Brahms, Ravel, Elgar, Strauss.
Yes.
A little piece.
And these little encore pieces.
Yes.
Yes.
It ain't necessarily so, right?
Yes. So I'm not playing any Beethoven or Elgar. No one wanted to play Elgar with me.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Never mind. It's not a really well-known sonata outside of my world, apparently. I love it.
Do you know why that is? Elgar is funny. Elgar's not famous around the place, is he?
Well, I mean, he's famous for some things. The things I'm sure he wishes he wasn't famous for. But anyway, his later chamber music, which I think is fabulous. They're just
very beautiful.
Really, the violin sonata,
the
string
salon
quartet,
pieces sort of thing too,
and the piano quintet.
Yeah.
Again, I've been trying to get people here to play the piano quintet for a long time. I didn't know he wrote one. Oh, it's fabulous. Anyway, never mind. We're not playing Elgar. A lot of the contestants have chosen the Ravel sonata, which is interesting. Clearly, Ravel was an excellent pianist and composer for the piano. So many incredible piano showpieces, concertos, and so on. You know, so the piano is definitely his domain. So if you're in a piano competition, it would make sense to go with Ravel. They know where they are with that, and that's a clear. I understand that. However, his violin sonata, he himself said that he was trying to not prove, but work with the fact that he doesn't think the violin and the piano go together at all as a combination. You know, they don't really blend. They don't really say the same thing. So his sonata is very much, there's a violin part and there's a piano part, and they happen at the same time. But there's not a great deal of interplay between the two instruments, other than the music happening simultaneously, and that's what makes it an extraordinary piece. Actually, it's great in that way. But I play my thing and they play their thing, and as long as we both have enough character and joy in what we're doing, then it works beautifully. So
but there are a lot of different elements in there, aren't there?
There
There's
are
a whole jazzy blues idea. I mean, he really experimented. For somebody who didn't like the combination, he experimented a lot.
He experimented. Well, that's but then you get to the last movement, which is the Moto Perpetua, and the violin just takes off with semiquavers for several pages, and I'm doing my thing, and the piano is actually playing all the actual music, you know, the characters and the other things that fly around. So, you know, as long as we don't fall off, that's you know, well, I'm not underplaying it. There's a lot to be performed in the piece, and that's a great joy, you know, of there's a lot of performance elements that, and you can rehearse these things, but actually it's in the spur of the moment in front of an audience where, you know, some sparks fly, and that's great. However, one of the other works, just off the top of my head, the Schubert duo sonata, that's a very different beast. You know, it's
such a beautiful piece. It's
absolutely
also
stunning.
not played all that often.
I suppose not.
In the last years,
I've been playing it quite a bit here with Simon Tedeschi, and I have been performing it on a regular basis. We have a recital that we've been doing the last few years, and that very much, you have to say the same thing, you know, and talk about trills and ornaments and phrasing and where things, you know, where the music is going to and how it's shaped. There are lots of different choices to be made in that kind of music. Obviously, we're performing on modern Steinway. Modern grand pianos. not just Steinway, lots of three different
ones,
ones,
yeah.
rather than the sort of piano that Schubert was writing for. So there are those choices to make, and where do we sit in our interpretation, whether it's the more period-informed style or acknowledging that we have this more modern instrument, predominantly the piano, and enjoying that, and therefore allowing the interpretation to.
I guess that's something you have to discuss with the pianist then a little bit. Yeah?
Well, it's the kind of discussion that happens without words. Again, it's sort of as soon as somebody starts playing in a way, you can tell their musical proclivities, if you like, whether they're imitating a forte piano, or whether they're we're going for more lyrical, more this, that. There are lots of different elements in Schubert, especially that you can lean towards, if you like. But Carter did a beautiful job with that piece yesterday. And on the same amount of rehearsal as everyone, it's quite limited. So we didn't.
It's what you get about an hour and a half, right?
Yeah.
Yes, which is not much for a huge sonata.
It's not much, no.
How much would you normally have if you were rehearsing? I mean, you have pianists with you who work, and you basically pull out the repertoire again. But a new pianist.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we would do a couple of days of rehearsal, probably more than one sonata as well. So you're building up a whole recital program.
And getting to know that other person.
Yes, exactly.
All the time.
And that's the joy of when you get to know the more complete musician, not just in one piece of music, and then hopefully performing it more than once. And the first time you hope is going to go well, but you learn a lot from that first performance, which of course we don't ever get that. We don't ever get to use that experience in this competition scenario. We get one performance, and I'm sure the next time would be different, but never mind.
That's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes, yeah.
You mentioned, of course, already right at the beginning, you said there's not that much difference between, how you play in an orchestra or how you play as a chamber musician. However, two instruments, you have a piano and you have a violin. How do you know that pianist is working well with you in order to match the sound and to support you in the way that you need to be supported as a sonata player then? Someone playing a sonata.
Yeah, a lot of listening obviously is involved, and then responding to what you're hearing. A modern grand piano can easily drown out a violin, no matter how nice the violin or violinist might be, Right, but. Yeah. I mean, a general, let's say, mezzo piano or mezzo forte on a grand piano just has more overtones, more decibel levels than the equivalent nuance on a violin, shall we say. So we don't really talk about decibel levels when we're talking about dynamics in music. I much prefer to say things like, well, forte, for example, means strong, not loud. And then I often follow that up with strong like cheese. What?
Hope your pianist isn't a vegan.
Well, no. Fortitude, forte. It's an emotion rather than a volume. A dial.
Yeah.
And similarly, piano can be soft like velvet, or softly spoken, or it's more of an emotional content to music. And of course, so how loudly, if you actually measure the decibel level between a violin and piano, that's when this becomes quite interesting, because a pianist playing piano, playing softly, would generate just more sound. And if the violin matched the emotional intensity or lack of, it would probably be too quiet. So you have to pitch the actual volume a little louder, but without altering the emotional content of your playing. So you have to sort of balance each other, not only in decibels, but also just making sure that you're not ending up shouting.
Right.
You have to. It's like a stage whisper sometimes. Where you're trying to speak calmly, but making sure the back row can hear. And there's a skill to that. And so some pianists are just more capable of having that broad emotional range in their music, whilst sort of keeping a lid on the actual decibel level that they're creating, but the content of the music is still fully there, but without threatening to drown out the quieter instrument.
Right.
Yeah. That's a skill that I'm not a pianist, so I merely know when somebody is aware of those things or not.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Of course, Andrew, you've been in Australia for almost a decade now.
Yes.
And in this particular event, we're hearing lots of Australian music. Wondering what your ideas are about what you've noticed as far as Australian compositions over the last decade, because thankfully, we have much more, well, many more, we know of many more composers than we did even a decade ago. And this competition, of course, has been responsible for the creation of a number of new works as well. I don't know if you've had a chance to hear any of those.
I haven't heard the works for the competition yet, no.
Right, but generally,
generally, the state of Australian composition is extremely healthy, extremely interesting. So many incredibly talented people, all different generations of people at the moment as well. But certainly at the Sydney Symphony, obviously we're still in the middle of our 50 Fanfare project, which has been going on for more years than we had originally planned, but that's thanks to the pandemic, where we've discovered a huge number of very interesting voices and personalities. And I'm so happy to know a lot of the young people now who have a really the lovely thing about Australia, as opposed to perhaps some other more densely populated areas in the world, is that the journey from talented young student or emerging but not quite there yet to actually everybody is now playing your music is rapid. And I can remember in the last 10 years, for example, Harry Strawledge, who I think is one example of incredible talent and a really wonderful voice and such capabilities in his speed and imagination of composition. And he always meets deadlines, which is unheard of for composers. For example, as do many of the others. I'm just the first example. I'm not. But I remember when I first got here, I'd heard of his family, also his sister, a wonderful cellist. So there was obviously a talented family, but he was emerging as a student. And then a couple of years later, Yo-Yo Ma has already recorded his work, and then all the orchestras have played something by him, and I've played 2 or 3 commissions of his, and so within the space of a few years. And that kind of speed is so helpful, I think, for young composers now to actually, to have that recognition and the fact that we're able to fulfill their hopes and dreams as well quite so quickly.
With so many young musicians here as well at this competition, do you think we're doing enough to make sure that classical music is going to really move into the next decades, and that these new audiences, we've talked about the performers, but the audiences are also going to be involved in this?
That's a really complicated question, and I am I have just as much hope as I have sort of, not doom and gloom, but I can, there are complicated issues on both sides, and I feel old sometimes. I feel like I'm a dinosaur on the one hand, and then, but actually when I see the enthusiasm for the arts in general and acoustic music, art music, and people willing to go to places in new ways that maybe are not the boxes that I would tick, because I'm a couple of generations above the people.
Yes,
and we always, when you're growing up as a student and you have dreams of a career, you're always looking at the past, the kind of career that you wanted. By the time you get there, probably doesn't exist anymore because the world moves on. So the places are very different. It's a different planet to the one I was imagining when I was, because I was always looking backwards and wanting to be, like the olden days, but there are new possibilities and new things to be embraced, which are being embraced wholeheartedly. And I think that I'm gaining a trust in the next generation that things are going to be absolutely fine.
How wonderful is that?
Yeah.
That's very good to hear. Andrew Haveron, thank you so much. Concertmaster of the Sydney Symphony Orchestra and, of course, chamber musician who's performing with many of the contestants here at the Sydney International Piano Competition. And this is the live broadcast coming from that event here at the Verbruggen Hall in the Sydney Conservatorium of Music.
Spend a weekend of music, food and wine at the historic Blackdown Farm in Bathurst, New South Wales this October. Out West Piano Fest features 2 grand pianos and 5 spectacular concerts curated by international pianist André Guggen. Joining him on the stage will be special international guests. An imaginative and stimulating program captures the timeless energy of the old world and revels in the innovative music of the new. Delight in gastronomic offerings from the Central West's best providores. Experience dinner under the stars in the Olive Grove and relax at the long table lunch. Ticket packages on sale now.
This is the live broadcast of the Sydney International Piano Competition 2023. And joining me now is one of the jurors, of course, Alistair Tate. Thank you so much for finding some time. It must be a bit lonely up there, one cellist and all those pianists. It must be, are you a minority?
I don't feel like a minority. I mean, I do try and bring them back from constant piano talk, sometimes to more general, can we just not talk about pianos for 5 minutes? But I mean, pianists and string players, it's the natural match.
It is.
In life anyway, so.
It is.
Yeah.
And this is, of course, one of the things we're going to discuss now, of course. Who better in the world to talk about chamber music, and particularly cello and piano, and, of course, your many, many years in a quartet.
Yeah.
Tell us about the role of the cello in a quartet, perhaps, first of all. It's...
Well, it's crucial, and I think it also relates to this competition a little bit as well. I mean, without my belief, and for me, there's very few absolute truths in music, but there is one truth, which is without a harmonic direction, without a harmonic impulse that is everything else sits upon, everything else crumbles. It is the thing that drives, it's the thing that provides momentum, it gives the direction, it gives the shape, it gives the pulse, it gives the everything. So I often, jokingly, when I'm working with young quartets, one of the first things I find myself often saying is sort of whispering a sort of very loud aside to the cellist about saying, you do control everything, but your role is to make sure that everyone else feels that they're controlling everything, and you don't need to say anything, but fundamentally
Wow. Well, that's quite something.
But in a way with
Don't
piano,
get caught by a violinist saying that, of course, yeah.
Point is, I think they need to hear it. So, but I think also it relates to piano as well. And it's been very interesting just who is listening to just the left hand. What is guiding someone as a musician? Is it just purely a melody, or actually is it the full structure? Is it how are they thinking from harmonic step to harmonic step? And so just the bass line is so important.
Indeed, and of course the bass line in a quartet, as you pointed out, and that role. But what about then bringing the cello and the piano together? When you perform with a pianist, how do you know that pianist is really supporting the cello in the way that it needs to be supported? I mean, we had Kathy here, of course, the other day. Who knows better in the world?
Well,
cello and
absolutely
and
cello and piano.
Piano repertoire than Kathy Stott. Yeah.
One of my really, really strong memories when still playing in my quartet was actually performing quite a bit with Kathy when we did piano quintets, specifically Elgar Quintet in Albury Festival. It was one of the first times I'd known her at festivals, but it is an interesting question because the pianist I really remember and loved playing with, it's a very, very simple feeling playing with them, whether that's cello piano or whether that's quartet and quintet. And the way I always describe it is you just feel that you're being absolutely carried along. You're not being driven, but you're being supported. You have as much space as you need. But then as well, there's this constant interaction. So you actually feel that together you're creating a whole score. It's not two separate people. You've both come together and you're both so aware of how the score is constructed that lines interweave. They come, you know who's instigating, who's responding. You know the question or you know the answer at any point. And within any musical score, that's constantly shifting. And that's not just in the pianist. The pianist himself has to think of what's happening between their left hand, right hand. Voicing, is it happening between hands? What are the different roles of any one particular motive or part, and how do the two people respond? But yeah, back to the initial thing. You just feel carried, you feel supported, and Kathy was extraordinary. Like that is extraordinary.
Yeah, and I guess also for pianists, also one of the areas of music where you can hear that the most will be the voicing in something from Bach, for example. You know, where you can hear very clearly then how the different hands work and function together. Yeah.
I mean, so Bach, let's say a fugue, four-part fugue, that's exactly the same as a quartet. And again, another way I always work with quartets is the minute everything feels it's doing the same thing, you've lost a fundamental aspect of music making, which is tension release, resistance, and sort of giving stretch and pulling back. And a way I often phrase to quartet players is every note you play should have a physical effect on what someone else is doing at the same time as every note someone else is playing is affecting how you're playing, which gives this elasticity. And again, even within a Bach fugue, the pianist's job, it's not easier. I think it's just taking the focus differently, that they have to then work out 4, 5, 6 different characters, and what are all these characters doing to each other? The difficulty being that it's in one set of hands. Whereas at least within, let's say, chamber music, when you have 2 voices, 3 voices, 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, it's easier for them to know that they're inhabiting one particular role and then jumping to another role. And so I think I think that's why people love watching string quartets.
Yeah.
Without them realizing it, they're getting this almost visualization of the musical conversation in front of them. And so the hardest thing as the pianist is to really bring, for me, that conversation to life, albeit through one person. And that's absolutely down to them understanding the texture, the score, the voicing, and being able to differentiate these voices and what the voices are doing to each other.
And then, of course, with the extra person listening to what they're doing and bringing and incorporating that in there as well. And it's not about conversations, as in, you know, chatting. It's really about something else, isn't it?
It is. Listening for me is not a passive process. And I think a lot of younger musicians often think that if their ears are clean, they don't need their ears syringed, then they're hearing something, then they're listening. But listening for me is a very, very active process, which is about connection to your internal version of the score. What is it that you, as a musician, are connected with and wanting to then hear, and then how you're putting it through your fingers, your voice, if you're a singer, whatever, is then the secondary step, and it's more just the reproduction of what that inner voice is. And if they're connected to that, then they're listening, and then what they're hearing is, does this actually match what's happening inside? And then they can adjust and think, actually, oh, my finger seems to have done this in a way the finger wants to do it, rather than actually what my intention was.
Wow.
And it's a big shift for me, for any instrument, to, are they being led by what makes it most physically comfortable? Or are they actually letting their body bring their musical intention through, regardless of, maybe that makes it more difficult, or more resistance, or creates more tension? It's a different balance for me.
You've worked a lot with young people and of course coaching them in chamber music, and I guess when you bring a group together, trying to get that happening must be actually, first of all, a huge task, but at the same time quite magical to see that grow. What we call in musical terms the ensemble, isn't it? You know, right? Which is more important in chamber music than anything else, isn't it, really?
In a way, it's not, I don't really see it as a big task. It's more a process, I think, more often than not, of finding a few little keys to help them unlock and change their position of where they're coming from. And it can feel a small thing, but quite radical for a group, because I think a lot of the time they get so obsessed with, I can understand why, because there's such a pressure to deliver a good, supposedly correct performance. But especially in ensemble playing, there's a huge focus in young groups on being, trying to play together, and it becomes such an organized effort. And in their process of trying to organize things, what I feel they do is actually create a more and more rigid prison, which allows them to feel safe, but actually what they're doing is blocking any sense of natural communication. And rather it's trying to get them to think that when they're rehearsing, the more they understand what are the basic structural scaffolding together of which they're all looking towards, if they all understand how they're breathing together, then actually that allows them to become totally individual and then inhabit their own individual role at any one point. But it starts from trust. And the trust is the hardest thing when everyone feels judged and criticised.
Of course.
So there's lots of these things within chamber music, especially in quartets, trios, that until they have this respect that they're all looking for the same thing and that there are multiple possibilities as long as the fundamental direction is the same, then they can be much for your musicians. And bringing it back to the competition here, there's a very short window of time for the competitors to come together with Leeway, with Andrew, who know these works inside out. But it's how courageous are they to think, okay, I've done all my practice and what I think is a preparation for this, and now I want to be changed by what this person is bringing. And together we're going to produce a unique performance. And I think, without giving anything away, I think it's been quite a challenge for everyone I've heard so far.
Well, it's more of an instinctive thing rather than an intellectual exchange, isn't it, really? They have to trust their instincts and they have to let go. What you're saying,
Absolutely.
Put down that prism, get that out of the way and dive in there and do it. And of course they have to know the music well, don't they?
They all know the music well.
Right.
But I think they certainly know it very well from one certain perspective.
Okay, yes.
Which is the perspective of their practice room.
Yeah.
And their concept. And the whole point of chamber music, again, as I said earlier, is that you are confident enough to open yourself up to what someone else is bringing to the table. And together, chamber music is about what happens when the sum of the parts together produces something even more special and exciting.
Alistair, as well as being a phenomenal cellist and all this experience that you've got in teaching and all the rest of it, you're also a psychodynamic psychotherapist. I mean, that's quite interesting because your work must sort of all run in together with each other. When you have a group of young musicians playing in a quartet and communicating and helping them to read and understand the others, to also be able to be on the outside of that and analyse it in a slightly different sort of way, that must be very, very interesting, yeah?
It's increasingly fascinating for me. Actually, I stopped practicing a few years ago, just before I've been in private practice for about 10 years. For no other reason, just timing and so much else was happening. I used to, in a way, try and keep the two things very separate. But of course, they're absolutely linked in everything I'm doing. And everything's about listening and the approach. Obviously, I'm not working as a therapist with any of the groups at all. There's very strict boundaries.
But you can't turn that part of you off, can you? Yeah.
But what fascinates me, and I think what is so important, is that line of communication. How are they communicating to each other? And of course, not with words, but there's a constant emotional dialogue going on. And then it's how they're challenging defenses and how can they start to be a bit more vulnerable with each other and also not block each other. But of course, everyone blocks everyone in different ways, and we all block ourselves. And it's that's what I find fascinating, are these interrelating threads of communication of roles, all in the service of how are they finding something about themselves which maybe they weren't as aware of at the beginning of the rehearsal, at the beginning of a performance.
Indeed. Alistair, you see these performers over a number of days. I guess you see them progressing and perhaps performing a little bit differently and feeling a little bit more secure about their performance?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that's most fascinating for me is getting to know the different personalities over so many rounds. And even the minute they walk on stage, they're starting to tell you more and more about themselves, and that's fascinating. And the strength of character, the energy, and also just it's a dangerous and difficult word, charisma, because there's not really a definition for that, but there's something palpable when you start to see those who have something that's really connecting with you, even in their less good days. And so seeing some competitors who have really good days, everyone also has a day which they've maybe not been so focused. Have they slept as well? Have they not slept as well? What's going on? And that's real life. And I think that's really important reflection in competitions, that no matter how well prepared you are, you still have to just go out and deal with the situation, the time of day, how you're feeling at that point, and whatever. And yeah, I think how the competitors are each starting to show, even in the best bits and maybe the less focused bits, what is that core and what's the real voice that no matter how they feel, they're still delivering. And that's really fascinating for me.
Indeed. You know, we are facing in the world today a number of big questions, and I'm wondering what you think perhaps the role of the musician is in this day and age, what musicians can be contributing, what their role is in some way. It's a big question, and you know,
it's a big question, but a really important question. I mean, the arts, I think everywhere, are probably struggling more than they have done for a long time just to justify their existence. I think everyone says, of course, we love the arts, but there's funding that's necessary. There's big arguments, and there's lots of really major competitors for this, naturally so, and there have to be. And first of all, I think musicians have to realise how they do fit into a much wider ecosystem, much wider sort of cross-section of cultural challenges. But for younger musicians, I think the days of this pseudo-fantasy career of just sitting back, waiting for a career to be delivered to them on a plate because of this wonderful talent that they've been somehow given and everyone is going to do everything for them, I'm afraid these days are absolutely gone. And the most interesting artists who are really engaged and at the highest level, whether that's established artists or actually young emerging artists, are those who are really connecting in so many different aspects of society. I mean, you talked of Kathy and Yo-Yo Ma. I mean, he's a perfect example of someone whose interests are so wide and open and curious. And I thought a lot about it during COVID as well. I think a lot of younger musicians especially, I think partly because they're spending so much time on their own and practicing and practicing and practicing, it's very easy for them to separate from the fact that a musician, a performing musician, is there as a giver. And I think a lot are still waiting to just receive. And it's for me, it's really important that we go on stage and our job is to give. It is to communicate something that we feel at that point is something that's happening in that moment, in a spontaneous moment, and is giving something to every single individual person. They may receive, every person in the hall will receive something differently, but it's still giving. And then what you get in return, you get that a huge amount in return from the audience, but it starts from giving. And I think a lot of musicians sometimes forget that they're there to do it in whatever venue they are, whether that's Carnegie Hall, Wigmore Hall, Sydney Opera House, or a tiny church in the north of Scotland, or a small village hall in the north of Australia. It doesn't matter where you are, your job is actually to give, and that you will reach someone in front of you. And that communication is the most important thing that we can offer at the moment.
And of course, it's quite athletic, and it's really requiring from them on so many different levels, isn't it? You know, physically, psychologically, personally. You know, they're going to be exhausted at the end of this, aren't they? If they do it properly, yeah?
So I think we're all exhausted already. We've got another week to go. No, it's been thrilling, but it's a marathon, the competitions. But it's really important, that stamina. They need stamina to go out and actually deliver.
Yeah.
As a profession,
yes.
You need to be available for every eventuality, and that requires a lot of resilience and just bloody-minded strength, actually.
Alistair Tate, thank you so much. Member of the
Great
jury,
talk
of
to you.
course,
Yep.
here. It's lovely to talk to you as well. And you, of course, have been watching the live broadcast of the Sydney International Piano Competition 2023. Welcome back to this, the live stream of the 2023 Sydney International Piano Competition. Joining me on the sofa here is indeed Mark Granderson, who is one of the winners of the competition. It's always difficult saying those two words next to each other, which has been part of the 2023 Sydney International Piano Competition. And he's had the great opportunity of hearing his work premiered here, given world premieres here by a couple of the candidates. And welcome. Thank you very much for finding some
Pleasure.
time, Mark.
Thank you.
It's great to see you.
I'm here for a little while waiting for the next gig to start.
Okay.
So why not?
Well, let's start with first, congratulations.
Thank
How
you.
did it feel to be selected in this competition?
Well, okay. I will just correct you slightly there. I won by simply having the work selected, but I didn't win anything when I put it into the competition.
But the prize is for this work to be put up for
absolutely.
the candidates to perform, right?
And many of those pieces that were submitted were put up there to be potentially selected.
Right.
And I was happy to be selected once and just delighted to be selected twice. And then terrified to be selected twice in a row because it was performed at the end of Mr. Kim's performance, and then Uwadis Slough did his straight after that at the beginning of his. So it's quite bizarre to have a premiere followed immediately by an encore, so to speak.
All right. Well, I mean, let's have a little talk about those. Let's talk about perhaps the work first of all, Broken Threads. Can we learn a lot from the name?
Sort of. You need a little bit of explanation. So the idea of a thread, in fact, I'll take a step back. When often composers will want to have some structural, formal idea in place to which to pour the notes in a way. And it's a bit like, what's it like? Oh, here's a metaphor I'm not actually in any way qualified to use, but building a house. An architect will plan out the rooms and the way things flow. And I guess for this one, the thread was the beams and the architraves and the structure that kept the rooms together. And it was a 12-note theme. It's not a 12-note piece, but I came up with a series of notes which had certain beautiful and sometimes more challenging intervals in a certain order that appealed to me. And I thought that will be the basis for the whole piece. So that's the thread.
You call that 12 pitch sequences or something
yes,
like that,
it's
right?
a sequence of 12 pitches,
Yeah, okay.
and it simply stays as it is for the whole piece.
Oh, wow.
It's not transposed, well, it is a little bit, but it's not treated in 12-tone techniques at all.
Okay.
And it came about, it could have been 6, it could have been 10, but I went for the full 12. And that's the thread. And the breaking of it is that it is increasingly pulled down into just these 6 notes, and then maybe those 6 and those 6, and it's disassembled and reassembled at the end. And so the piece begins with a very explicit statement of those 12 notes in bold octaves, and the piece ends with the same 12 notes in bold octaves, fully chordal, as the book ends. And what happens in between is the breaking and reassembling of those threads.
Well, a lot happens in between because there are 8 movements.
Yeah.
And it's rather technically challenging and needs quite a lot of stamina.
Yeah.
Tell us your ideas behind that. You certainly didn't let these young pianists sit back and take it easy. They were really challenged on many different levels.
Yeah, I was astonished that they chose it actually. And they did one of the abridged versions, possibly because of the total demand, but probably because it was too long to fit in with another piece in the preliminaries. But it was designed to be a virtuoso bravura piece for an internationally standing concert pianist. That's the ambition I had in mind. And I thought it may never be performed, but I'll die trying. As it turned out, I lived. But that was really the ambition of the piece. And it was just such a thrill that two brave souls decided to take it on. And they did it brilliantly. They really did.
They did indeed. Passacalias and toccatas. I mean, you're drawing on the old?
Very old. That's the other thing. Once I got those 12 notes in place, what I wanted to do, and this is a very intentional thing, is to make a connection between the present and the past. And two of the oldest forms for keyboard are the toccata and the Passacalia. They both come from the Renaissance period, and they've threaded their way through the whole history, and it's continued to the 20th century and 21st. So I wanted to take these very old forms and alternate them as a way of paying homage to tradition, and yet using that as a springboard into something perhaps new. So it's an acknowledgement of the past and a breaking with the past at once. So that was also, perhaps they're the runes of the architectural plan that I had in place. And for those of you who don't know, Passacalia is simply an ordering of notes over which a composer will add harmonies and melodies and so forth, but that's like the foundation that keeps the music together, and it can be placed in the bass line or above the music, or sometimes threaded, dare I say, within the texture. And that's the idea and the compositional technique I use throughout. Yeah.
How is it writing a piece like this for a lot of young pianists that you don't know? I mean, so much work of a composer, or many composers, actually have someone they like to write for. They really, okay, I know what the person's capable of doing. I know what their strong points are. Here you didn't know anybody at all. So you're really throwing it out there into the arena to see what happens.
Yes, it's an imagined person who I am thinking are familiar with the greats of the repertoire. They know their etudes, they know the great sonatas and so forth of the 20th century. They can play a toccata or two. So I'm imagining they've got those sorts of chops. Okay. Fortunately, whilst I was composing this, I passed it by a very fine pianist friend who would look at it and go, oh, that's cool. Oh, why don't you just hold off and say that high C to the very end and things like that. And he eventually sat down and slowly, but accurately, sight read the whole thing for me. And that was very important for me to find out whether it was pianistic, because I wanted it to be, because I can do it all at the piano very, very slowly, but in terms of the flow. And he said, yes, it can be done. It's whether someone can get it up to speed. And the answer to that is now yes. In fact, with the toccatas, they both went a little bit over my tempo margin. Wow. Which is cool, very exciting. Yes. A bit like skating on ice actually there, but they didn't fall over.
What's it like sitting there, hearing your work premiered for the first time in this type of environment?
I've had that many times, and I used to be very, very nervous, and now I oddly just feel very nonchalant. Whatever will be, will be. And it's a good thing, because I can then just relax and almost enjoy the piece of music as I'm hearing it for the first time. I try to do that rather than have the score and the expectations of what's coming up next, because that's a danger. So I did actually sit down listening to them and just sort of let it go and let the music come at me. And it was cool. I was actually moved a few times and terrified a few others, and it was very good. So I was neutral to a degree.
I take it that when often you do these things, you have a pianist friend who's able to help you in this respect, but working with someone often when you're actually creating a piece actually helps quite a bit.
Yes.
In this particular case, the students couldn't come to you, well, the candidates couldn't come to you to work with you. Was that sort of like an extra pressure for you in some ways?
It was, simply because...
As far as clarity goes, yeah.
And you know, there are so many things that are open for interpretation in terms of tempo and pedaling in particular, and how marcato or how rubato, all these things, and not having control over that, or having at least a say. Because what I like is to be able to say to a performer, look, this is what I imagined, and I want you to do this, and I want you to do that. But then I'll say, now that you know that, go away and do what you must. But at least they can take into account my dots and my thoughts on the dots, and then they must own it. And they both gave very different, very different interpretations, which is very pleasing to hear, that it had the scope, or the piece had some largesse to allow that to occur. So that was pleasing on the performances as well.
I'm trying to imagine, in this case, you know, you were happy with both the performances, but in other cases, in other pieces where you've actually written something and somebody's performed it and it's upset you, it's been misinterpreted in some way. Does this happen very often?
It happens maybe a quarter of the time.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good going.
So people don't actually realise they can just pick up the phone probably and have a chat to you if they're playing one of your works, and you probably wouldn't mind helping them or clearing them.
Look, I know if I've written some pieces for string orchestra, for example, and I've spoken to some of the string players. I did a violin concerto once, and I had some back and forth with the soloist there. So that has happened over the years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good.
It's rather good, isn't it? Yeah, because people realise that there are advantages to having a living composer.
Use us while we're alive.
You're dedicated to keeping new compositions in piano programs or in programs in general. Basically, what can we do to make sure that there are not only dedicated musicians doing this, but also that we don't frighten our audiences off?
Okay, look, I'm a teacher. I'm a director of music at a school in Sydney, and the solution is and always has been education. And it starts with the students. And so, for example, this year we've introduced this notion of the young composer. And it turned out in one day we had 75 compositions premiered by our year 9, 10, 11 and 12 students. Wow. Workshopped, premiered in a way. And so it's very much alive in our school, and it was done by live performers coming in. And that takes a little bit of money. That can be a problem, particularly I'm in an independent school, so that certainly helps. But the general notion of getting young people to compose as often as possible gives them the experience of creating this miraculous form from this formless world that we're in. And kids, particularly these days, know that the world we live in is chance-based and contingent, and anything can happen at any time. And so it's all in free fall. The wonderful thing of writing and indeed experiencing music is that for that special, timeless, still moment, there is a form imposed on the universe which is beautiful and right. And it can be terrifying and it can be joyous, and often it can be both in classical music, like simultaneously, right? And if they can experience creating a little bit of that themselves, you've got them. And then you can tug them into the world of classical music so that they will not only continue to compose perhaps, but certainly get it and want to listen and to engage in live concert music post-COVID, which seems to be going well. So to me, there's the answer. To put a shorter answer, education.
Well, very important. But your background, of course, your youth was jazz and popular music, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So when did you basically change to classical music?
Look, it was just in year 12 when there happened to be the teacher's son was at the Elder Conservatorium in Adelaide and decided to give me a few lessons, and I was exposed in a very naive way to the notion of classical music. And I think it was the issue of all the music I'd heard until that time was based upon a limited amount of material being repeated over and over with variations. Because classical music had this, forgive the pun, a thread that keeps unwinding, the notion of development rather than stasis and repetition. So that really drew me in. So then it was my worst subject by far in year 12, but I chose to do it at the Con as a very inexperienced, naive and probably poor composer. But the passion took me through and I ended up being quite successful, and I knew this was a lifetime journey ahead for me.
I think it was Kurt Weill who actually said it doesn't really matter about music, whether there's just good or bad music, you know. And is this the sort of message that you want to try and get across to the students as well?
Absolutely, yeah. I think Bernstein said that as well.
Doesn't matter what genre they compose in or what they do.
Yeah, I've just been writing pop music as well for my daughter. She's released an EP. That's been an education. So yeah. My son is a fantastic bassist. He's in this jazz funk band. Love that. And it's either good or it's bad. And that is of course personal. But there's no notion of good or bad styles per se. I don't quite understand what that would mean because it's sort of like it's a meta-cultural comment, and that's like anthropologically invalid to say it. So it's a stupid thing to say. But we have the right to say, love that, don't like that, as a personal thing, and not preach to others. Yeah.
As a music educator and composer, or composer and music educator, what do you think, what's it like doing these jobs in the world today? What is the role of a composer and music educator? We look at the world and the various challenges that we're facing. You know, we have a war, several, you know, we have an environmental crisis, we have a lot of existential sort of problems.
I think my role as a composer is not for me to define, never has been, and to some degree I've been immune to that. That's what's kept me going. It's always been based upon an inner urge rather than a public statement that needs to be validated from without. Okay, sometimes there's a long time between drinks when it comes to classical composition. So I'll leave that one there. But certainly in terms of education, I think really there's two sides to this coin. One side is music is intrinsically good. You either get it or you don't. And up to a certain point, I can lead you to that water. And if you drink it and you like it, then I'm happy. It is just a wonderful, humanizing, transcendent experience to have between these little bookends of birth and death. All right, that's what gives the frisson to life. I think music does. That's one side. The other side is beyond music, where kids today, right, with the internet and social media, and here comes ChatGPT 4 and so on and so forth, the ability to listen intently and to focus on one thing. And here I go again, follow that thread of thought or narrative line, be it reading a book, hearing someone talk to you in a speech, or to follow a piece of classical music, that is being lost fast. So the role of music is to help young people listen closely for meaning, to stay focused for more than a 5-second soundbite, and at the end of that, to stop, feel, and think. That seems so basic, but I'm afraid we need to get back to basics a bit there, and I think music education is one way to do that.
Indeed. Mark Anderson, it's been really lovely speaking to you.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us in this interview here in the live stream, coming to you from the 2023 Sydney International Piano Competition.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you all for staying to hear the results and for coming and supporting all of us here. I'd like to introduce my colleagues, the jury. I'm Piers Lane, the Artistic Director and the non-voting chair of the jury, but my 7 colleagues are Tanya Bannister, stand up. Alexander Gavrilyuk, Konstantin Shamre, Catherine Stott, Alastair Tate, Shahan Wang, and last but not least, Uta Vyant. And on behalf of all of us, I want to so thank Andrew Haveron and Li Wei Chin. They have done the most extraordinary job. They're both such wonderful musicians, but they're generous, fair-minded, lovely colleagues as well. And I can't imagine better collaborators and mentors, really, for all of the players. And I can't imagine how Andrew will cope, but he's going to lead all of the concertos next week in the Sydney Opera House as well. Both the concertos written from 1800 and prior and the ones since then. And I said to him, "Are you sure you want to do all of that?" He said, "I'm a Londoner, aren't I?" British concertmasters are used to doing thousands of jobs at a time, and it's amazing that he is so happy to do that. And I think it's wonderful for the finalists, because they will have, the ones who played with him here anyway, will have a friend in the orchestra, which will be very nice to feel just behind them when they're playing in that extraordinary venue. We've had such a feast of piano playing the last 4 days, and we must remember that the semi-finals consisted of 2 rounds. For those who are only here for the chamber music, there were 2 days of pretty exhausting recitals as well, 70 minutes worth, to include encores and verbal introductions, and then 2 sonatas, string sonatas to have ready, and only find out which one you'll play just the day before you rehearse it. It's tough. And encores as well. And I've been talking to a lot of the audience, and so many people say, "Oh, you don't mind my saying, do you? My favorite is whoever." And then go to another person and they say, "Oh, look, I really love so-and-so." So I think for the 6 who are going to be left out tonight, there's going to be 6 or 60 or 600 audience members watching around the world and in Sydney who are going to be distressed as well. Because I have to say, and the judges have been saying too, the level this year is extraordinary. I don't know what's happened since COVID, but it's consistently the highest possible top draw playing, and such rounded musicians and so many different musicians. And I can honestly say, I think I could have shut my eyes and thought, we'll have that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one, and we would have had a brilliant final, no matter who the 6 were. But the jury had to make choices, and the way they make that choice is without discussing people. There's no discussing relative merits or anything. They simply put down the 6 names that they would like to see for whatever reason in the final, and they're fed into the computer, and those who get 7 out of 7 are automatically in. Those who get 6 out of 7, 5 out of 7, 4 out of 7 are automatically in. And then there were some ties after that for the final place, and they had to be voted on by all 7 jurors, those people, to narrow it down to 1. And so now the part that everybody's waiting for, and I would ask that the 6 finalists, as they're announced, stand in their seat, at their seat, and acknowledge your applause, and then sit down again. And I've just got to find the list of people. Here we be. So these are in order of play. I haven't yet checked out what concertos they're playing. It's just possible that for programming reasons, they might play in a slightly different order on the 4 finals nights next week. But in order of their performance in the semi-finals, the first through to the final is Yung Yung Guo. The next through to the final is Jongwan Kim. The third through to the final is Uladzislau Handoi. The fourth through to the final is Yuan Fan Yang. The fifth through to the final is Vitaly Starikov. And again, last but not least, Winona Inwo Wang. Great excitement on the left here. Would you happen to be her donors? So, now, the 6 competitors not proceeding to the final, I would love you to come and meet the jury and me, and then Mrs. Wendy Waite, who for at least 4 competitions, something like that, she's so generously given the 6 competitors not proceeding to the finals $1,000 each as a consolation prize, and she would love to meet them as well. So. So again, in playing order, the first who started the days marvellously for us is Carter Johnson. The second is Korkmaz Can Salam. The third is Philippe Linov. Junyan Chen. And then Ruben Sang. Everyone here probably remembers that Ruben only found out about 3 weeks ago that he was in the competition as a reserve. So it's fantastic that he's played so wonderfully. And now Junlin Wu. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen, for tonight. Please tell all your friends to come. We need bums on seats on Tuesday and Wednesday for the concertos written 1800 and prior. And then, of course, the later concertos on Friday night and Saturday afternoon, after which you can all stay for the announcement of the prizes. And it won't be only the 6 who got to the finals who'll be receiving prizes on that night. We've been voting all along for various other prizes, and there are still quite a few to vote for after the final. And so it'll be quite exciting. The jurors don't know who won those prizes either. They've done their votes, but they haven't been told who won them. So it'll be great fun. And thank you so much for all your support. Good night, and see you in a couple of days' time.